Daydream with me, let your mind explore all the things we were created for. Possibilities, an open door that keeps us reaching out for more. Don't know it, so I listen for my inner voice. Carry the winds, drown out the rain, but will it make sense without the pain? Will color me blue, then tickle me pink. Who knew that at the brink of the end, life could begin? Treasure buried deeper with each loss, so filled with grief and catastrophic thoughts. Insecurity, distorted flaws, it all gets heavy, sinking under all the cost. Sure that I'm not sure, I know when I don't know it, so I listen for that inner voice. It carries the wind, drowns out the rain, but will it make sense without the pain?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Choupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Her phone jump is the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with her, that's an offense. It me change, you let me preaching. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop ins. So they don't buy, and I say, so they don't buy, you the kid play, baby, 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 baby. Tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Baby,
got now, fuck who got next, here's my number, just send a text, you got a man and she responds, nah, okay, sure enough, I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up, I'ma call your phone when I put it up, whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck, wait for, girl you so fine, I pay for, fly you first class to LA for, body so blessed, I pray for, body so blessed, I pray for, because I don't care what you say.
I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long.
My nigga that killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it.
I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say.
That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like Prophet like God, and then duh like duh, nigga. And then one like nigga, I'm the motherfucking one, nigga. You can't miss it. Follow me now.
Let me talk.
Yo, man. Is the first five on the break? The first five, that's it.
Yo, yeah. What is up? Make sure. Book a check. Nothing. Okay, no spinach in the teeth, no kale, you know what I'm saying? Trying to keep himself regular. What's up, y'all? It's your boy Chef Choupino in the spot for another night of intellectual debauchery. I want to thank each and every one of you that popped into the spot tonight. And before I bring up our lovely co-host, I want to say thank you for everybody who's been checking on the kid. Damn, I'm 50. I still get to say the kid. I don't know. But thanks everybody for hollering at me. If you notice, we haven't been doing live streams. What I've been doing is, what we've been doing in terms of as a network is allowing Andrea and Vic to strengthen what they have going on over there as well. Andrea's been doing the daytime shows and she's been killing the game. Did a daytime show yesterday. That thing is already at 1K likes. You know, I popped in. Diesel popped in. We have a few things going on. Pay attention to No Glove Sports. That's on Victor Freeze's channel. That's the sports talk show. And so I've been around, but what I've been was on my folks show. You understand what I'm saying? And I've been clipping up a lot of shorts, playing with the algorithm a little bit and reintroducing y'all to some of the things that's here. And analytically, just so you understand, there was some math behind it. My analytics showed that I've been gaining subscribers also based on the increase on the previous shows, because we are a long form channel where we had 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 10, 11 hour streams. So that's a lot of stuff to clip up. So we're starting to get some light. So thank you. Thank you for all of the support. Please make sure that you continue to support and share with your folks. So remember, let me take myself off the screen for a second. So, well, you can see, you'll see it, but it's live debate, trigger alert, trigger alert, trigger alert. Prepare to be triggered. Prepare to not like some of the stuff that you see. Prepare to communicate your happiness or disdain for the message that's popped up. The link is already in the chat and it's pinned to the top of the chat. I would love participation. Anyone's welcome. If you're too afraid to cam up, you don't have to cam up. It's all good. But I'm sending love out to all my 11 folks that's here right now. Let me see how many likes we have. 12 likes. That means there's a couple of folks in here that have not liked. So let's make that happen. So, Fly Girl, thumbs up. Ready to rock? Let's go. Hey! What's going on?
How you doing tonight?
Chilling, man. So, I will start the show up by saying this. Your hair look fucked up, yo. The fuck you wear your shit like that for?
What's wrong with my hair?
Come on, man. I told you about that, though.
What's wrong with my hair, Chef?
Fuck that. I told you before. I'm sorry, y'all. She don't listen, yo. Nah, I'm fucking with you. The show is called Trigger Alert. I'm fucking with you.
Now, that's the only thing you don't say to me about my hair. It's a problem.
I was trying my hardest to keep a straight face. Like, yo, what you doing? I told you about it.
Like, wait a minute now. Ain't nothing wrong with my hair. I fixed that. I've been tired.
You know what I'm saying? Had to get us in the mood, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know. Right. So let me start showing some love out here. Greetings, Mika Marcel. What it do? A1 Day 1.
Okay.
My stuff at? Got to make sure I moisturize. Hey, Mika Marcel. Oh yeah, Death Mage Javon. Thank you. You actually contributed to tonight's episode more than you know. I appreciate you. All right. Yeah, please share this out to your folks, because I noticed some folks didn't get an alert, and I haven't live streamed in a minute, right? So Please share this out to your friends, your Twitter, your IG, your Facebook, so folks jump in, because I don't think that I put Trigger Alert in the title, so I don't know if the algorithm likes it very much, right? Peace, love, and light to those 3 folks at that time, 3 folks floating in the clouds that didn't want to say anything. We love you too, you know? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. We got some money in the back already. Hold on.
What?
It depends. I gotta breathalyze this person first, just to see where they at. If they at 0.08 or they at like 3.9. Peace, love, and light to Red Lipstick Vibes, Miss TY. And that's right. You can join the conversation. Great Pill Podcast, my guy. Come through. If those pills is like the one from the movie Limitless, I'll take all of them. Please and thank you. Hey, Mickey Red vibing with us. What up, man? Okay. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yes.
New house. All right. That's what I'm saying. Black progress. Hey. That's one of the baddest people in YouTube. You know, we all kicked it in my birthday weekend at the Lapeef thing in August. She came home week and a half later, opened the page. 3 weeks later, monetized. That's a bad mofo. Shut your mouth. Brittany B, newest YouTube star. I don't even want to say rising star. You got it. Loving that background. Yes. Music definitely helps the vibe a bit, without question. Bring it up a little bit. Yeah. Let's keep it going. You know, I got to make sure I get the love out of the way first. Oh, I said trigger. You know, I swear on everything I know and love that I was like, yo, when I called it trigger alert, I was like, yo, Hanifa got to jump in. Hanifa got to jump in. For the record, Hanifa is our beautiful warrior. The one that voice hypnotized me so much that I ended up falling asleep on that stream I showed you guys when I fell asleep. Yeah. I had to hit her up the next day apologizing and all of that. Brittany said, no, chef, turn it back down. Okay, thank you. You know, I listen to my professionals. Always sending me love. All right. He dropped down. Once I said breathalyzer, he dropped down. Gabrielle Sakap my Haitian brother in Canada. What it do? Thanks for the heads up, Rick. All right. So, here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be talking, because we ain't doing this all night. We're going to be talking about a couple different topics. You know, a couple different topics. One of the topics I'm going to talk about is this. Excuse me, not that one. Parenting the modern woman. Parenting the modern woman.
Jesus.
You don't know him. Miss T.Y. Oh, I said the modern. Excuse me. Fat hands, small keyboard. So, do you think that we need to parent the modern woman? Two things. Differently than we parented the previous generation of women? And then secondly, should we parent them differently than we parent our boys?
Yeah, we should parent them a little differently. This new generation is a little difficult. They're a little hard-headed for me. You have to tell them a couple, 3, 4 times before they understand. So they're a little more, we was a little more did what our parents had to say. And then, you know, then we probably ask questions. This new generation gonna be asking questions, asking all these answers, and they feel like they're a little self-entitlement. You're on mute, Chef.
You know how I do. It ain't chef if I don't do that, right? So you think they're a little self-entitled?
Yes.
Give me an example, please.
They think everything should be fast, given to them right now. They don't know how to. It's a marathon, not the first person who win the race. Hold on 1 minute.
It's a marathon. It ain't the first person that win the race. And by the way, my name is Andrea Lynch. I'm a mother and a foster mother. And, okay, good. All right, cool.
They want everything fast. They want everything given right now, and they don't know how to have longevity. They think everything should. They don't know how to pace themselves. They want everything given right now.
I agree. Death Major Duran said this new generation, men and women, came from the previous generation. The ball got dropped somewhere. They wasn't just born that way. I could agree with that. I could agree with that. All right, Go ahead, stroke your locks real quick. You know you got to. There you go. You see? All right. All right. You see? Now we got that out the way.
um, you know what? I be honest. When I had kids, I was like, I parented my mom and daddy parent, but you know what? I'm starting to believe I should have parented them like my mom and daddy parented me, because the things that I went through with my kids, my mom and daddy did not go through with me.
Sometimes I think that we did not see the value in the way that our parents were parenting us.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Until we had already started the road of parenting our own.
Yes.
There were certain points of realization that we came to. You know, I have a 23-year-old. I have a daughter about to be 16-year-old, and I also have a 6-year-old. And I recognize the level of ease in terms of parenting the 6-year-old based on the experience that I had with the previous two.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I do believe. Simon says they was born that way. Sorry, and Miss Ty agrees. Okay. So I believe we play a part in it.
I didn't want to. I didn't, because I had 7 kids in my family, but I only had 2 kids, so I didn't want my kids to have to, like, I had to help my mom with my sisters and my brothers, so I didn't want my kids to have to do that. But it ended up happening that way. But at the same time, is they still a little hard headed than what I was.
Right. What up, Simon?
Simon.
Peace, my dude. So Simon, welcome. So before we start playing the clip, I want to ask a question. Now, I'm gonna need you to give me the straight shot, right? Do you believe that the not plight or the situation of modern women, do you think that we should raise women differently? Let me use the question that I gave. All right. Do you think that we should parent the modern woman differently than we parented the previous generation?
First off, I want to just say salute. Hope you're well. Peace to Andrea.
Thank you.
Cool subject. Trigger alert. In terms of comparisons to our present day age parenting style versus could you say old age or Western style age? Am I getting that correct? I just want to understand that I'm getting your question correct.
Basically, the question is if you think that we need to parent the modern woman differently than we parented previous generations.
That's kind of close to my heart because I'm raising a daughter, and I have no one to lean to in that sort of way. So how do you do that? And I think that's a dilemma. I think probably missing in terms of the key that Black women probably sort of thought the same thing in terms of, first time I may be raising Black boy without a Black sort of figurehood or someone there that can tell me how this actually works. So I'm facing that dilemma, and that's why I find it kind of like an interesting question. Probably not going to give you the straight up answer that you're probably expecting. I don't know. I mean, most people will just go, yeah. But I'm really living it in real life, and as day to day goes on, I'm experiencing real new things.
All right. So listen, and one of the beauties of it that you jumped in for this question, I had a feeling that if you were watching, you more than likely would have jumped up, was because how you and I met and kind of, became really cool in this arena was we were building on your relationship with your daughter post to break up with your ex-wife, right? So
Mhm.
here's what I want to do.
You could ask me anything you want, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I
I
appreciate
just
that.
I just had like the dentist drill into my tooth, so like my top lip is numb.
Oh, you high in the mouth. All right, so cool. So here's what we're gonna do. There was a clip that I had played on the previous show. Some of the clips are going to make you laugh. Some of them are gonna piss you off, but
Alright.
it's about feelings and us getting in touch with our emotions. All right. So let's talk about this one in terms of the modern woman.
She better leave me alone.
Mom.
She's not because she said the
So
nigga just
I got a question.
go.
So why?
But y'all can squat. Just have just you.
Hold on, Snoop. She talking. Let's see the fuck she got to say. Because she got the camera going. What you saying?
Okay, I said why. Did you say you only wanted boys? Like, you said you wanted 10 boys.
Oh, you salty? I dropped the dime on you, bitch.
I'm going.
You salty? I dropped the dime on you, bitch.
No.
Girls aggravate my soul. I don't like y'all. Me and my boys would have been in these streets, baby. You see them 2 boys I got? Hard working men. I raise men by myself. They don't ask me for shit. Here come my daughters, mom, mama. Mommy, mom. Do you got? Can I get? Do you got? Can I get? Mommy, do you got? Can I get? That's why. Fuck me. And drop my phone.
Oh,
It seems like she got some modern daughters in the spot.
She reminds me of my ex-wife.
Why is that?
It's a lot.
It is a lot. I feel the same way. It's a lot.
So
it can be aggravating.
So let's talk about it. So when we got so we just talked about, we had the question about women parenting the modern woman, right?
Yes.
Right.
Question: should we parent the modern man the same way that we parented the men of the previous generation?
No, they're a little different. They're a little weak-minded to me.
Weak-minded.
You're
You're
gonna
have to expound on that.
They're a little weak-minded. They're a little they are a little weak-minded, and they're a little got a little bitchy in them.
That's why I go off cam, because like, damn, my facial expressions will tell you everything.
No.
God
Andrea said, hold on. Andrea, you said they were a little bitchy?
Yes.
All right. So
I'm not used to them kind of men. I'm used to men don't be like crying like women. Like, you know, like, I mean, like, are you on your period? Because I'm the only one supposed to be like that. I'm not used to like that.
That's interesting though. Because I was under the impression that with the new school, boys should be allowed to cry.
I'm yes, in certain sense. But honey,
Just
you need to
just not in front of your ass.
No, I'm not saying he can't cry in front of me, but if you crying every time, there's something wrong with you. You're a little weak for me. I need you to man up. Take that up. Come on now. Come on. You're supposed to be the protector, the provider. You got big shoulders. You're gonna have to carry that.
That's a real high expectation, though. I mean,
no, I got a daddy and 4 brothers, and they not like that. These men are made different now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you talking some strong words.
They made different now.
Okay.
I understand
so
that.
For the men that's in the chat, any men listening anywhere, the StreamYard is out there. It's in the chat. Andrea talking some big words. You kind of sounding like this teacher, Andrea. Let's talk about it.
Some of the tweet that landed her in that hot water here. It was posted to Twitter last Thursday under the account @mostly_hated. It says, "Black women raising boys, please stop letting your sons pick up your female traits. I have an expletive boys in my class. I know you'll have some men around somewhere. This expletive is getting ridiculous." Now, this comment got some quick reactions when I showed it to some parents in person today.
It's not with that type of behavior.
Honestly, with a lot of the way teachers are, a lot of them do teach like they just don't say it.
She could have said, like, put them in meal mentoring programs, things like that. But for her to just come off and say something like that, it's just atrocious.
Now, online, a number of comments were defending Robinson, some essentially arguing she's a victim of cancel culture. Those upset with the substitute also flagged other questionable posts. Now, we can't see those posts for ourselves. Her account was listed as private this morning, but different messages screen grabbed by others appear to say kids need to get bullied. It goes on to say the no bullying thing is dumb. Another says these fifth graders never had a teacher from the hood I see. I will gather a child quickly and respectfully and still bring them to tears. A third appears to read, "So when I look at my student who thinks it's cute being bad, I just wonder how long it's going to take for them to land in jail." Several other questionable posts were found on Facebook. Prince George's County Education Committee Chair Jolene Ivey used the words homophobic.
See, she see it too in her classroom.
So that's right.
Maybe she used the wrong terminology, but them parents understood what she was saying. They understood what she was saying.
All right, so watch this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm finna do.
Mm-hmm.
So make sure you have a firm grip on the baby. All right. And make sure you ain't burping. So if they bring you a foster child tomorrow, that may 7, 8, 9-year-old kid that may be somewhat, let's say, effeminate. Would you want a teacher that felt like that to be responsible for teaching that child?
Personally, I would have had a conversation with her, and seeing what did she see in the children that made her want to ask you.
That's not what I asked you. You heard? Yeah, you come on now. Your dancing shoes don't work here, but
my dancing shoes don't really.
All right, your dancing wedges. Look, she's 3'6", y'all. So she got 26-inch wedges. That's why she walk funny. But listen, right? You're saying what you're saying is not within the chronological terms. You said that. Well, I asked you, how would you feel about that person who feels that way? She gave statements.
Yes, she did.
Again, she gave statements, and she made some very strong statements and referred to. I understand her as being somebody that thinks that the young boys are not as tough as they used to be. But you could call it hyperbole or a strong, shocking statement caused to trigger, right? Kind of like this show.
But maybe she feels
she could have been using hyperbole, but she called them bitchy, and she's referring to children, minors.
Yes, true. But maybe she should have never used them kind of words. But maybe she could have said a little soft. They're a little henpeck. We use words like that. Come on now, and we know what that.
But she didn't.
No, what she did is
referring to children, she literally used the words that you don't actually use and refer to children.
I would not use words like that. But
so let me just land this plane. So then my question is, like I stated, if you know where that particular teacher stands, and she happens to be a teacher in Sacramento that's going to be teaching, you know that in a week she's going to be teaching when your foster children that may be a little effeminate because he grew up around a bunch of little girls or whatever. Would you be comfortable with her teaching him?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
Because I wouldn't want her to use some kind of words towards him. Yeah, and just because I understood where she was coming from, don't make it right.
Okay. I'm a little late on those chats. All right, what you think, Simon? Don't make me put you on the clock.
So say the question again, please, because I get so in the conversation that sometimes
it wasn't for you because I pulled up, I have a bunch of clips and I wanted to allow the conversation to traverse where it was going. So I had Andrea because literally I played that one because she said the boys is a little bitchy. So that's why I played that one. So I was just asking her why. So really, it's not necessarily a question for you, but I'm going to allow you to participate in the next one, which is somewhat related to this. All right.
That's so cute. God damn.
I think.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I think that, and I always tell this to Andrea, that she doesn't really take consideration for men's issues. Come on. You see, I tell you, I'm triggering you today. All right. And I use that term that she doesn't, take consideration of men's issues unless the man.
The thing is, I was on something earlier and they were talking about this. This whole thing with men and women and like the understand this. I don't want to go off topic too much. I don't know what video you're going to play next. I'm just saying, like, there's this whole thing where men and women do not seem to understand each other. And it's like, wow, we've understood each other from the dawn of time. It's just right now we're just having a bit of a problem with it in terms of connecting. And it's more of a new age thing. And I think the older generation who may have been disenfranchised from a relationship or whatnot may be struggling to get back into a relationship because they're dealing with new technology, which is not what they're used to. They're used to sort of interacting with people face to face, and the people that are interacting face to face are not coming forth and doing that sort of stuff. So I know it might be boring. As I said, I don't want to detract from your conversation or your audience, but for real, I mean, I don't get on any of those dating apps. I don't do any of that sort of stuff. Like, if I'm gonna, look, I wake up in the morning and I just go out and I see so much plentiful women out there just walking around in a different type of way. They're walking around in some Star Trek way. They got some next gear on. Like, it's just like their gear is different. Like, it's not like it was when we was in like our prime. Like, they're different. Like, they're just moving different. So it's like, if they're moving like
now
that.
Now you're saying that, I got to reel you back in, right? Now that you're saying that, what I want to do, what I want to do is this, because I do believe that you guys don't. I'm going to use a term. I call it men's suffrage, because of our burden of responsibility, our burden of performance, the BOP.
Right. Okay.
There's certain things that we end up having to shut our mouths about. And what's happened is sometimes when someone knows that you're not going to say something about something they're doing, they may have a higher propensity to do it. And at some point, they will lose respect for what it is that you do. And you'll understand.
Women confuse this very often. They talk about the fact that men have all the power, men make all the money, men are in charge, and we oppress women. Let me make something very clear to you. Okay. Firstly, you're confusing 1% of men with all men. The majority of men have no money, no power, no sex from their wife, no fucking chance in court. They can't even keep their house. They won't get to see their kids, and they don't. So most men, their life sucks. Okay. That's the first thing. The second thing, when a man gets up at 4 a.m. to go carry garbage to earn a good wage, he ain't thinking, I'm going to do this so I can oppress that bitch because she's broke. He's doing it thinking so I can provide for my family, so my woman can stay at home and raise my kids and have nice nails while I'm out here carrying trash. You go to a coal mine, those dudes are not down there thinking about oppressing women. They're down there thinking about providing for women. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that there's not bad apples. But in general, us men are prepared to take on more bullshit to protect you than you would possibly believe. And in the modern world, they've spun that. Feminism spun that. Men make all the money. You women need more money because men make the money and men are in charge and men have the good jobs. Men are out here giving up their fucking life for you chicks.
Yo, I can.
Wait. Hold on, Simon. I gotta reel you in. Hold on 1 second, right? Andrea, what you think about that?
I mean, he told the truth. That is the truth. When
You know who that is? Do you know who that person is?
No, I don't know who that is, but I have seen that clip before.
Perfect. Remember, perfect. For ladies and gentlemen, you know, Andrea, I'm one of those people. I send my friends books. I'll tell them movies I like to watch, send them music to listen to. And Andrea, she's one of the friends that, like, for instance, she had never listened to Kevin Samuels. So we ended up doing a show called Andrea Reacts to Kevin Samuels. We discovered that, you know, she doesn't get a good vibe for Candace Owens, but she doesn't really understand her position. So we're actually preparing one of the next shows that we do. Truth and Balance is actually going to be Andrea Reacts to Candace Owens. All right. So now that I know you don't really know who Andrew Tate is, he's going to be the next piece of the series. All right. Uh-oh, we're catching the echo. Is that Simon's echo? Somebody's echo.
Yeah, I cut that off. That was me, sorry.
Oh, you good. Andrea's a mom. Love that song. All right. Yes. Did you forget to hit the like button? Come on, y'all. Let's do this. So, yeah. So you agreed, Andrea. So,
yes.
Simon, I'm gonna try and keep your answer within the sandbox of what he was stating and how men are seen or looked at by the women.
Okay.
Well, how did you feel about his message?
I think it's totally true to an extent. It's difficult because, like, unless you've actually gone through like a whole relationship, and I mean like a whole relationship, meaning like a decade, you don't actually understand what the hell you're talking about, to be real. Like, most people out here, they're talking about 3 months, 6 months. You know, I've been around the cartwheel, and all this sort of stuff. It's just like, you don't, you know, and I don't want to detract because it's just like, it's difficult, you know. I mean, I learned so much from my marriage. Like, I'm divorced, but I'm still like with my divorced mother of my child. Like, she's still around me all the damn time, and she still plays the same role, but we're just not married. And I had to divorce her for certain circumstances.
I'm gonna get up in your business.
That was just
since
purely.
You're telling us, you're saying it's same situation. Y'all just not married, so you still smashing, my G?
Nah. That's gone. But there's a reason for that. But I'm just saying, like, I would say it was purely down to the pandemic. Like, there was, like, prior to that, we didn't have a problem. You know, and there was other situations that went on with our child and stuff. But it's just like, we don't have a problem. Like, when we meet, there's no aggravation. It's not like that McDonald's situation. Like, that's ratchet. Like, where do you see that shit going down? Like, even if it was a joke or not,
Really?
we see it play out in real life. Really?
Oh, it happens in real life. It happens in real life. Yes,
what?
it does.
So people
Yes, it
really
does.
come to your house.
I know what that is.
And people really come to your house and go, look, oh, this is a meal for my child and blah blah blah. Do you get what I mean? It's just like, God damn.
It it wasn't like that.
Maturity level is wrong.
But then I started an argument in front of him with the kids. Oh yeah, I did that.
Why?
Listen to her. Tell him about it.
What you say?
Why?
Tell him about it.
Because I was mad. We was broken up. I wanted him back. I was starting arguments. I was fighting in front of the kids. I was doing everything under the sun.
Why though?
Why? Because I was dumb, young, and didn't know how to express my emotions. Couldn't control my emotions.
Yeah, but do you think that adds any? You know, it's like this is why I detract back and I go like, women are women. Like this is what I've learned just through having a daughter. She tells me some crazy shit, and I'm like, every time she tells me some crazy shit, I'm like, why are you not listening to me? All you need to do is follow instructions. Why can't you do that? If a man comes into your life, if a man is willing to sort of just walk into your life and take care of you, and I compare it to my daughter, who's a toddler. Why can you not just follow instructions? Why is there this whole thing where there's this rebellion tactic? And you have to sort of...
I'm gonna be honest, I've always been rebellious since I was a child. You can ask my own mother that. She would tell you I've been rebellious. So I just don't do things like everybody think it should. But did I think that did cause a problem because we did not co-parent right. With me acting the way I'm acting, we did not co-parent right. And I started a lot of drama. A lot. It wasn't good for the kids or me.
How old are you now?
I'm 47. I don't do that no more.
What do you want to do?
She 112.
No,
what do you want to Sorry.
But I don't do that no more. Andrea. But I had to go to therapy. I had to go to therapy to get help. Because it wasn't good for the kids.
Okay. So the general consensus that I got from both of you is that it is necessary for us to parent our children differently in this modern world, men and women, and to also to parent them differently. The way that we parent men should be different than the way that we parent women. So we also
the tweet that landed her in that hot water.
We saw that particular clip with the teacher that made that post of talking about the types of boys that we raise. I'm about to play something now. Please understand, the things that we play are not necessarily the feelings of the Chef Choupino Network and the Truth and Balance show. However, the things that we play are meant to incite conversation in order to build specific understanding. All right. So there's many men that have some of the same fears as
Some of the tweet that landed
as that teacher. There's some men that have the same fears. So I want to talk to the fears that men have, especially the fathers of sons, and I'll allow the clip to resonate.
Do you accept Ariana as your daughter?
Yeah, I do. She could be a dinosaur, whatever. That's my child. That's mine. Yeah, I do.
Can you tell her that?
I done did it already. I accept it.
So you acknowledge me as your daughter, not
Yes.
your son.
Yes. Yes,
you
I
have
do.
2 daughters.
Yes,
not
I do.
1, 2.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the first time you're hearing this?
Yeah. According to my mother, you're still acknowledging me as your son.
I'm going to stop that for y'all real quick, just in case anyone wasn't paying attention or didn't have the volume up. That person that looks like the sister of Megan Thee Stallion is actually a man. All right. So I just want y'all to understand that, and I'll go back and replay it for you.
Do you accept Ariana as your daughter?
Yeah, I do. She could be a dinosaur, whatever. That's my child. That's mine. Yeah, I do.
Can you tell her that?
I done did it already. I accept it.
So you acknowledge me as your daughter, not
Yes.
your son.
Yes. Yes,
you have
I do.
2 daughters.
Yes,
not
I do.
1, 2.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the first time you're hearing this?
Yeah. According to my mother, you're still acknowledge me as your son. So I mean, I don't know what you do behind my back, but why you
So you
saying
don't
that to my
believe it
face?
when he says
I can't. I'm not going to say I do, and I'm not going to say I don't. As we sit right here, he said he acknowledges it, so I'm not going to call him a liar. I'm not going to say, no, you don't. Like, he said what he said. Stand on it.
Hell no.
Hey, damn, that was pretty good, yo. I was wondering how those British dudes be faking the American and the Southern shit. Like, he doing them Idris Elba tricks. How y'all be doing that, man? Even Franklin from Snowfall. I'm like, yo, he British as a mother. He sound like a nigga.
What's up,
I don't
Victor?
know. It's something they teach y'all, man. It's good. But yo, we smoked Victor Freeze out. I'm your daddy. How the ever you gonna tell me what I had? Hello. Def Major Divine said, oh, that's a man. Wow. Gabrielle said, bruh. Out the mud, Cody said, I call bullshit, big dog. Def Major Divine said, dang, he looked like a real woman. Yo! Son! I just got to give it another play. The only reason is because I felt weird watching it. Do you know that the first time I watched it, I did not realize that was a man. I was under the assumption this was some paternity, some old paternity ass type of show where he wasn't sure if that was his daughter or paternity test something. I had to watch again.
Yo, we're dealing with modifications in this day and age, bro. Modifications.
Yo, like,
can't tell.
Bro. There's some couple of people that might have chose her off of Megan Thee Stallion. Yo.
Modifications is real in every sort of sense. This is for industrial revelation.
That's a hard situation, and I feel more bad for the parents because that's a hard situation. They want to love their child. They want the child to be the best. But at the same time, if they're from the old school, they don't believe in that way. And so I think as both should be a little more understanding for each other.
But it's a responsibility. I you know, like, you know, we have children, right? So I'm damned if I'm going to take that stance and just be, I would say, a bit loose with the situation. Although it's harder than it would be like maybe 10 years ago because you're having to answer more questions. And I think that's the thing. It's like, as I said earlier, my daughter asks me more questions than it would be with my daughter. As it would pertain with my son maybe 15 years ago, or my sister who I raised when I raised my sister when I was 16 years old, right? She did not have the same sort of questions that my daughter would have had or my son would have had in this modern day and age. So we kind of get into this place and a space where it's just like, this is normal. And it's okay, you could pertain to normal in your world, but it could cause more problems for you if that's not normal for you. So you really have to sort of really backtrack. And this is what I don't want to put it across like that, but you know, I live in England, so where I see the people that are doing things that actually contribute to your life, the attributes that come from the politics that go through to your life, that transcends over the pond, that people buy into immediately in marketing and all the rest of it. It's like, okay, I'm sort of susceptible to, listen, I'll pull up an IG live in the garden and show you that the garden is still the garden, where you could be walking down the high street and it's all noisy and you buy into that sort of stuff. But you don't need to buy into that sort of stuff. So it just depends on what kind of person you want to be and what kind of place you want to raise your child in, because the world's just going to get that more complex. You know, we are going to be living the Hunger Games if you want that.
So no, you good. You taking it up the road. So that brings us to a certain point of contention in terms of what we do, because one of the things that we've learned is that, and you even champion, Simon, that if we have men that have been raised intentionally and men that move with the right intention and, you know, steadfastness and grit and all of those things, those will be the type of men that will create better women, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about, let's talk about socioeconomics, right? And what's considered attractive to women, and the choices that our men have been making over the years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do is we're going to let Andrea go first, but I want to play the clip, and then after we talk about the clip, I want to see how you guys feel about that, because this is something that I think is pivotal.
A million black boys last year that wanted to play in the NBA. Of that million, only 400,000 will even make it to play high school ball. Of that 400,000, only 4,000 will be able to make it to play college ball. Of that 4,000, only 35 will make it to the NBA. Of that 35, only 7 start. And the average life in the NBA is 4 years. So the real problem is we have a million brothers looking for 7 full-time jobs the last 4 years. And yet last year we had 100,000 jobs available to be a computer programmer, engineer, or doctor, and only 1,000 brothers qualified. So our appeal to black males is to realize the odds. That you do most will be that you do best. I mean, we were the first doctor, not Hippocrates, Imhotep. So we have the ability either in math or science or music and sports. For that you do most will be that you do best. If you play basketball from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, you'll be a very good basketball player. If you went home and went to the library, you'll be a very good scholar. We need more black male role models that will encourage our youth in math and science.
What do you think about that, Andrea?
I agree with him. I showed it. I showed it. Yes, my son played football in high school, but he got an F. No, he got a D in one of his classes. I pulled him off the football field. Let me tell you something. Them little kids at the school he went to, they was like, Miss Lynch, why he pulling him off the football field? Why he can't do this, Miss Lynch? And these are Caucasian children because I want him to read a contract. How about that? How about that? But you over here driving a new car because mom and daddy don't give it to you. We ain't got money like that. So if he do get a contract, I want him to read it. I'm not reading no dummy.
Okay. Simon, the short version.
Yeah, I really appreciate you even researching that clip. People do not understand this game, like in terms of like YouTube, just like pulling up the whole thing, like and organizing it and like researching it and putting up clips. People just see it and it's just like, okay, how does this fit into the conversation? How does this fit into the conversation? The fact of the matter is we, this is an economic thing. This is an economic, socio-economic thing where it's just like, regardless of what you're trying to do, black people are put in a situation where they have to compete. What we're competing against is something that is unknown. And the reason it's unknown is because black people can't compete and talk to the unknown. The unknown right now is something like a ghost. And we need to be a friend with the ghost. The ghost is not going to be a friend of you because the ghost is always just going to be in your house and you're just going to be running around trying to figure that shit out. We've had a problem for a while we keep pulling up these videos for a reason. And the thing is like when I see a video like that, what I see is, and I'm sorry, Chef, you just made me
You're
go
gonna
off.
cook. You seem like you're going somewhere.
when I
Remember,
see these videos,
I've curated a lot of clips, so I'm going with the flow of the show. I'm actually DJing. Trust me. So I'm, if I stop you, it's a good reason.
Thank you, but I appreciate it. When I see these videos, I'm just like, a lot of black people just won't understand the meaning behind it, because the people that are putting up these videos cannot just speak on it. They don't have the free will to do it. Most black men who are the leaders really cannot talk. When black women talk, they talk in a gossip sector, which is cool. That's fine, and that's why they're prominent in it. And that's why black men get pissed off of it, because black men do not gossip generally. What they do is they go out there and they work. So if they were going to have, for example, if we had a Black Man magazine, what would that look like? It would look like, it would look like something different to what you see on the breakfast TV channel, where you see a lot of black women turn around and going, "Oh, black men do this, do that." Now, let's get this shit together, right?
I know it's transatlantic. I know it's a transatlantic flight, bro. Because you in the UK, we in the US. But you got to land this plane. You got to land.
Take control, Chef. I'm ranting. I'm ranting.
All right.
Take control.
The reason. Chef. So for the record, you don't got the flow, yo. You can just feel tonight. You know what I'm saying? We're giving you a break. You don't have to be creative. You could just be Simon tonight. All right. I got you, yo.
This is
it
does not normally happen. I'm just like, right? Normally people just come at me and go, "Oh, you fuck nigga." It's just like, okay, all right.
Y'all got some. You got some in the barbershop. You got some. Come on now, y'all got.
I'm sorry for saying that in front of your infant.
Oh, you're good. You're good. He's sleeping. He's sleeping, and he's got to see his grandma.
I appreciate that,
whack ass hairdo.
Listen. This
No,
I was this is the thing that women don't.
Yo, you just said you was gonna stop.
Right. I'm sorry.
Come on, yo, save some Simon for later, yo. Right, save some Simon for later, because we touched a particular point, and one of the points that we touched, because we have several things to review. One of the points we touched was the parenting aspect, and you mentioned somewhat of a racial divide between how they do it and how we do it. So let's take a look at that, and let's talk about how we feel about what's being mentioned here.
If you were called an old soul or mature for your age, you were probably parentified.
Hold on one second. Let me just say this. Andrea, specifically, before you were a foster mom, you were a sibling.
Yes.
And you spent a lot of your time doing what? Helping with rearing. Go ahead, talk to me about it.
They helped with my siblings. Yes, it was 7 kids. I have 3 under me.
So remember, there's certain things that we talk about that relate to how we feel about certain types of things, and sometimes there's traumas that we had in life, and then that muscle or that callus that we had to build up in order for that trauma to not overtake us ends up being something that may be a strength in a different situation, but it was based, it could have been based on a particular subset of trauma, right?
True.
Okay. All right. Let me say, we're better together as niggas, big dog. I see you out the mud, Cody, but we have somebody else that's going to jump in. So I want to make sure he's here to hear this clip. And his name is Alfredo Victor Freeze Music. Salute.
I said,
Frio. Alfredo. ¿Qué te paso, hermano?
Out that way. What's up, Miss Lynch?
What's up, Victor? How you doing? Put the baby down, okay?
Okay, that's cool. And Simon says you a fuck nigga. What's up, fuck nigga?
I swear, bro. I was like, God damn.
What up, Simon? How you feeling, brother?
What's up, bro? What's up? I look. I can speak multiple languages, but I ain't even gonna do that right now.
Oh yeah. We got to do that on. We're gonna do that on your channel. Don't worry. We'll be. Yo, Vic. So you right on time. You got anything to say before we move to the next clip related
Nah,
to?
man, y'all go and cook, man. I'm just here.
My dude. All right. Everybody mute her if the system
Thank
mutes
you, Vic. I gotta shout out Vic because when I started my channel, he came on like early, and he saluted one of my tracks, and I was just playing around. To be fair, so I just wanted to give a shout out to Vic on that
So, peace, brother. Always support.
Right. So let's take a look at this parenting. I want to see what you guys think. And for the record, if you guys in the chat, ladies and rocks and flowers in the chat, men and women in the chat, if you agree with the message, put a 1. If you disagree with the message, put a 2. But I would like you to think about it. And I'm going to play it a second time just to make sure that you are able to absorb the message.
If you were called an old soul or mature for your age, you were probably parentified, meaning forced to take on what should have been parental roles for your siblings, parents, and even yourself. This is a lesser known type of childhood trauma more generally associated with childhood emotional neglect. Here are 5 signs from a licensed therapist, certified trauma professional, and parentified kid myself. First, you were praised most for being so responsible, so you learn that being there for others is the best chance at validation and a personal sense of worth. Second, you couldn't just be a kid because you were so busy taking care of other people's needs, whether that was siblings, parents, or even extended family members. Third, your personal sense of things going well depended on those responsibilities for other people's needs being met, and if they were not, you felt like you let them down. Fourth, self-reliance felt like a much better option than leaving things up to caretakers because all the letdowns and disappointments had conditioned you to believe that it was more efficient and less of a burden to others to just handle it on your own. Fifth, when you saw your parents struggling and unable to take care of their own needs, you felt obligated to do so, whether that was physical, material, or emotional.
Yeah. You're on mute, Chef.
Thank you. So you heard it. I'm gonna just run it back because I think this is important.
Yeah.
And y'all see when we get down the road, but I'm gonna run it back for you guys and gals because it's important that you hear what was stated.
If you were called an old soul or mature for your age, you were probably parentified, meaning forced to take on what should have been parental roles for your siblings, parents, and even yourself. This is a lesser known type of childhood trauma more generally associated with childhood emotional neglect. Here are 5 signs from a licensed therapist, certified trauma professional, and parentified kid myself. First, you were praised most for being so responsible, so you learn that being there for others is the best chance at validation and a personal sense of worth. Second, you couldn't just be a kid because you were so busy taking care of other people's needs, whether that was siblings, parents, or even extended family members. Third, your personal sense of things going well depended on those responsibilities for other people's needs being met, and if they were not, you felt like you let them down. Fourth, self-reliance felt like a much better option than leaving things up to caretakers because all the letdowns and disappointments had conditioned you to believe that it was more efficient and less of a burden to others to just handle it on your own. Fifth, when you saw your parents struggling and unable to take care of their own needs, you felt obligated to do so, whether that was physical, material, or emotional.
All right. Let's look at the comments. Death Mage Javon said, I agree with everything he said. I'm the oldest, and I did all of that. Gabrielle said 1, which means he also agrees.
Yep, I agree too.
Now, I kind of knew you would agree because, that's part of your life. But here's the weird conundrum, right? In terms of my fiance, in terms of my, the son of my mom, it's when we say that there's certain times that this is something to think about. So I'll start it off because I want to clip this too. There are certain times when we as people tend to benefit from the trauma of others. We benefit from the trauma of others because the trauma tends to build a certain callus. That's a psychological defense mechanism that makes you, it's almost like Stockholm syndrome. It makes you embrace the thing that is oppressing you or the person that's oppressing you, and allows you the ability to move forward. And what I've noticed is that the women that had to help raise their siblings, that might have been their personal trauma, but that particular thing is the thing that makes them so much more robust in capability when they have you or when you have them and you need them.
Yeah.
We tend to benefit from the trauma of other people. Other people's L is always going to be another group of people's loss. I mean, sorry. One group's loss is always going to end up being the opposite group's win. And we tend to benefit from that. If you happen to be a woman that was there raising your, 5 or 6 siblings, younger siblings, and then you end up getting with a man who happens to be a widower with 2 kids, and you love the hell out of that man, potentially you might be the best spouse that he can have because you already know how to get it done. Does that make any sense? Am I making any sense to y'all?
Yeah, I'll say I'm more responsible. I'm more responsible because I had siblings.
Tell them, you got to let them know. I know, but I want you to let them know. We got new folks here.
I have 7 sisters and brothers, and so I had 3 under me. And then when I was like 16, my mom I wanted things, okay, and me and my siblings wanted things, and my mom couldn't afford it to give us like allowance and stuff. So I was like, if I get a job, I promise I'm gonna still do my chores, but I want to get me my sisters and my brother stuff. So she let me get a job. But I wanted us to have things that the other kids were getting, but my daddy couldn't afford it because he had 7 kids and a wife. That's a lot. And he was a little stingy about things too. Okay, so I wanted us to get things. I wanted to buy my brother some Jordans. I wanted them to have things. I wanted them to have nice clothes for school. So yeah, I worked, and we all benefited from me working. You know what I mean?
Thank you. I think Simon was dropping down.
Yeah, and it made me more responsible. It made me learn how to pay bills, and it made me look at my mom and dad in a sense better, because when my dad would say he was struggling, or when he would say, the winter time would get worse because the way he worked, the carpet gets wet and stuff. So summertime was always booming for him, and he would be saving his money for the winter. But I understood how construction. I understood being self-employed. Now that's the one thing he taught me, how being self-employed fluctuates, how you got to save, and you got to work your ass off in the summer and save that money for the winter. So I understood that from him.
Okay. Thank you. But now, remember, when I brought that up, I don't want you to think that I was bringing that up to say that you were abused or anything like that. Because
no.
The weird way that our existence works, it's always the yin and yang, the homeostasis, the balance that and natural equilibrium that our ecosystem brings. That's the beauty of it. The fact that something that may have been a certain level of oppression or neglect onto a child can actually turn into something positive if that child's psychological defense mechanisms leans her in that direction, and it could be the thing that improves a man, So let me see. Sorry, go ahead.
I thought all the lessons, like, I learned to be the best ironer in the house. I ain't say I'm her best cook, but I did learn how to cook a little bit. But I learned how to multitask like she did. Even my brothers them learned how to be self-employed as stuff. We still had to go to work with my dad. When we got out of school, we had to go vacuum the floors because my dad liked the floors vacuumed in a certain way, and if I didn't do it the way he wanted it, I had to re-vacuum the floors. So I learned how to do things and the way he liked them because that was his job. And this
How
is
do you
how
like vacuuming now?
I hate vacuum floor. I do hate it.
Excuse me. What is the results of your vacuuming? If you have to vacuum, is it going to look like some bullshit, or is it going to look like
the line's gonna be straight, and that's when my kids vacuum, I'm like, I'll do it. I hate it when they vacuum because I was like, look, the line and lines are not straight like it's supposed to. But it came from my dad because when I went to work with him after school, I had to vacuum them floors the way he wanted them done.
True indeed. Now, what's funny is you sound very much like my son's mother, Keisha. And she's good people, by the way. I'm not talking mess, but she literally was in a position, her mom's was in a situation, rest in peace, that she was raising her two little brothers, from the age of 15 years old. But what did it do? It actually, in the end, it benefited me because she was raising them at a young age. And she understood the strengths and the confidence and consistency needed in order to rear a child. And she's the mother of my son. And it's shown through. So there's ways that we can benefit from the trauma of others.
Yeah.
But sometimes that happens if you allow yourself to love that person that may have gone through those traumas.
But I did say
wait. You gotta let me finish this because there's something heavy that I was saying.
Okay.
People tend to move away from those that may have experienced certain traumas. But the thing is, those traumas may intrinsically benefit you in more ways than you understood. Superman, he went through a trauma. Both his mama, his daddy, and every single person on his planet were killed. Right? And he was shipped off to another planet. And on that planet, he's Superman. And he benefits us. And he, in the Superman comic book world, he would benefit us. But the benefit that we got by virtue of having a Superman was him losing both his parents. The virtue of us having a Batman was him losing both his parents. So there's weird ways that the universe allows us or makes us benefit from the loss of others. But we would not have as great a benefit if they had not had that loss.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And yeah, and that's what I didn't get why my dad was so hard on us, but I understood in therapy because my daddy left early, and so he didn't have a daddy, and so I started to think, wow, how my kids, they have a daddy, but my daddy didn't have a daddy, so he don't have no guidance of being a father. So the hardness, I thought he was just so hard on us. I thought he was just really hard on us, but he wanted his kids to be better than him, and why he was so protective of us. Because I was like, he didn't have to be that doggone protective, but I understood if he didn't have no example, how would he know?
All right. So, Vic, well, I'm going to bring up Death Major Javon's message. I hated people thinking I had a child when I was a teen. Your child can still learn responsibility without dropping all the adult burdens onto them. And like I grew up hating cooking because I was raised to cook at age 5, and all I heard was no man will want you if you can't cook, clean, and sew. My daughter loves cooking, but I taught her a different way. And because I talked to her about the importance of cooking she loves, she cooks almost every day. Beautiful. All right. So Big Vic, what do you feel about what we just discussed?
Let me see something right quick. Yeah, I'll fix that. Come back. Here's the short version. Based on what the guy said, I think to some degree, um, there was some degree of projection. Maybe if that was his experience, or he knows someone whose experience that was, and that is a lot of people's experience. Because in America in particular, I can't speak for nowhere else. There's quite a few broken homes, and that has taken the place of the old school approach of rearing and raising. And it's just hard times, whether you create those hard times artificially or they come naturally. Hard times and situations build character, whether you want them to or not.
Sure.
I mean,
That.
you sending 18-year-old kids to war, but when they come back, what they are amalgamations of the experiences that have informed them from that point on. And some of it is good, some of it is bad, some of it is useful, but it's how you manage those gifts. Do you good or evil? But they are in their own way gifts or burdens, depending on how you carry them. So
absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. They can be gifts or burdens. So now we're about to switch it up a little bit. We talked about the family.
Yeah.
We talked about the family. What do you think about the importance of a two-parent household, Vic? I'm gonna ask Vic first. He knew I was coming with some heat. That's it. Yeah, he hit the dancing X button. Do you think marriage is important, Andrea Lynch?
Yes, I do. Yes. Marriage is definitely important. Just because I'm not married don't mean I don't think marriage is important, Chef.
Don't worry. She's stroking her head. I had to show them your edges. Come on now. Turn back into a pumpkin at midnight. So go ahead.
Yeah, just because I'm not married, I do think marriage is important. I definitely agree with marriage. Yes, I definitely think sometimes, I think. Well, I do tell my kids, wait, don't get married too soon. I do. Don't get married too soon. I tell them to wait, but I believe that's why my son right now to this day said he want to have his first child at 27. He want to be married. He want a whole football team, and he want the wife and him under the same roof.
Interesting.
Now my daughter, she's like, Mom, that's for the birds. Now him, he does.
Interesting. So
my bad, Chef. You was trying to say something. I dropped down so I could see if I could fix my video.
No, you good, fam. So the question we had is, do we think a two-parent? Now this is important. I didn't want to stop you, Andrea, because you were flowing, and I enjoyed, and I think the folks enjoy when you expound on your family and when you're growing up. My question is this: if you have two people that love each other, have children together, and live their life till they die together with their children that they had together, what is the difference between that and an actual marriage? What do you think?
Well,
besides the business, the insurance, the money stuff, if that man only wants to be with her and she only wants to be with him, and they live, because there's a lot of people in the world that don't go through the technical marriage process of going to the courts and all of that, but they vow to each other to live together forever. So tell me what makes a couple that lives together and has a child together and dies together? What's the difference between that and them being married?
That piece
How
of
about
paper.
this?
That piece of paper binds us
Okay.
together. That piece of paper is
So that's what you need is a piece of paper?
no, I don't need a piece of paper, but let me tell you something. I took your last name. It binds us together. It's important that if you, that just this is only my own personal opinion. This is not Chef. This is not Vix. This is Andrea Lynch. Okay, that piece of paper binds us together, good, bad, or indifference.
Why? How
Why?
does that piece of paper bind you? But so you're saying the people
No,
that don't
because
have paper, it doesn't bind them together?
if you pick me to be your woman, be your wife, be a mother of your children, and we all have the same last name, that is important to me. That was
Okay,
important.
watch this.
Uh-huh.
So I got you. I hear you. That's important to you.
Mm-hmm.
So watch this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's some people that you can take them at their word.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people that you can take them at their word with a
Mm-hmm.
handshake.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some people that you have to make them sign their name to a contract on paper in order to make sure you feel comfortable with them keeping their word.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that there's men and women that have lived and died that did not take the other person's name and raised children together and were faithful together and were successful in raising a family together without that piece of paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the question becomes, is that piece of paper, because you know what I believe that piece of paper is?
Mm-hmm.
That piece of paper is pretty much a breach of contract rider on that agreement that you made. Why do I say that? Because now it has to be on paper. So if you do this, if you do not do that, if you don't keep your word or honor your commitment, that piece of paper can be utilized to hold you accountable.
True, but
It's
it
like
was, but at the
it's like
same time, it's like yes, it will hold you accountable, but at the same time is my own beliefs. Okay, I wanted everybody to live under one roof. We all have the same last name. That was important to me. And at the end of the day, I didn't want to be nobody's baby mama. I just thought that I hated that song Fantasia made. I hated that. I had to tell my kids' friends. They was like, "Oh, your daddy got a baby mama. Check it out, baby." I ain't never been nobody's baby mama. I was the wife. And then I became the ex-wife.
But
So
what if everything between you and that man was perfect? What if every single thing between you and that man was perfect? You are worried about the title baby mama being given to you by people outside of that relationship, but that everything within that relationship with you and him is perfect. But you want something so that those on the outside can see something. It has nothing to do. Oh, wait. Oh, you let me cook. It has nothing to do with what he feels and how he treats you, because remember, in the dynamic, I stated everything was perfect. But the only thing that you had to mention or bring to the table was what they would think.
it
And
wasn't
that's
they. It wasn't
interesting.
they. It wasn't they. It was my parents.
So watch this. I think you wait, say that again.
It wasn't they. It was my parents.
We're not talking about your parents. We're talking about the day. We're talking about what you talked about being a baby mama, right? Now, at this point, 50%, we have 50% of your parents in the ethereal world, which means mama looks down upon you.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other 50% is pops that's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Forget them right now. What I'm telling you is I believe that it has more to do with them, the other women within your periphery of love and your periphery of consideration, whose opinions you give a damn about. I believe that you would feel that being married would be a more respected role for you because you use the term baby mama. Now, I didn't say that I disagree. I'm just stating that in terms of what I know of you and what I see that how you move, it's more so related to how you think you would be perceived on the outside. So let me play this for you.
Okay.
Because this one, trust me, the stuff is curated tonight, y'all.
Okay.
Being in there with my spouse.
Spouse.
I am his spouse. This is my boyfriend. I am his girlfriend. This is my spouse. We're here because we want to get married.
Miss Shay, no disrespect. I want you to hear this the right way. They're not the same thing.
It is to me.
And that can be to you.
Right.
It's just not reality.
I mean, it's not your reality, but it's my reality.
No. In some spaces, that reality alone may have you seeing red, having expectations that are premature, having boundaries that are not appropriate. It's not going to help you get to the reality of what I think you want, is to actually be married and be husband and wife.
Thumbs up. I mean,
There's women like that all over the world, fucking up the heads of other women of all ages. Because it's somebody, some mother hen, even with other mother hens, that's always sit there clucking bell, acting like they really know and getting the results. And God forbid you actually got the results you're looking for. Everybody's life is unique, like a snowflake. To replicate results from your life and someone else's life is like trying to get the exact same results from a surgery. Is like you would need some kind of a constant, and life is not constant in that way. What the young lady said was that's her reality. That's what she accepts. That's how she feels. That's how she see it. And just like you were saying, this piece of paper, the lady was saying that, well, what I think you want. The person you're talking to is right here. Go ahead, Andre. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I mean, to me, in this day and age, people don't think marriage is that serious. It ain't that serious. It ain't that big a deal. And I still think it is. And then you have some friends who they having kids with the man. He ain't married to you, but then they all had a couple kids and then they all broke up. So did you waste your time with him? I'm just asking.
So let me jump in here real quick. Just for a quick clarification, because Gabrielle brought up a great point. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled, but whoremongers and adulterers God will judge. So when I speak to marriage, I'm not speaking because you guys understand that technically you go to the church and you go with your woman and you go to the pastor, say it's Sunday and church is over and the pastor's got some stuff to do and he's there and he's at the altar with you. Under the eyes of God, he can marry you. Under the eyes of God, he can marry you. And God will respect that. I'm speaking more to the technical, literal, legal document-based connotations or understandings of marriage as a construct. But all you need is a person that is connected to God by being one of his shepherds in order to join the two of you in marriage. That's why when you go to get married, a lot of times the people will have the marriage certificate weeks before the wedding even takes place. And marriage certificates normally don't get signed a lot of times until after the wedding takes place.
Yes, true.
Right. So at some point, I think we focus a lot on, and this is a chefism, and this might trigger some of y'all.
Mhm.
A lot of times we focus on the act of being married or getting married. We focus on being married and getting married, but everybody is not the right person for us to marry. Everybody is not going to mesh with us in a certain way. The woman that way would mesh with me and give me lots of fun and intrigue and entertainment and education. She may not be the best person to raise my children. We have to think within a certain way. There's somebody that may have been awesome to me. Awesome to me. But at some point, and maybe it's one of my weird things, when I look at a woman, I pay attention to certain things and I think about how would that person behave when they hate me? How would they treat my child when they dislike me? What would somebody do when it's time to hate me? I remember Andrea had an issue with you had an issue, that was nicely broken down and olive branches were laid with some who was it, Kwani, right? And one of your fears that you stated, you didn't mess with her because you seen the way that she handled certain other adversaries that she had. You utilizing certain tactics that some folks don't love. And you literally stated you stayed away from that person based on what they do because you thought maybe one day that she would look at you like an asshole and utilize those tactics on you.
Yes.
So I do that in terms of when I'm vetting a woman. I don't just think about the euphoria of how good they make me feel. I try to put myself in a place of what if they were really pissed off with me? What would they do?
Worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario. Always paying attention to what your exit and what the exit may look like, right?
But I do think about this. I always, at the end of the day, me and Ronnie can fight, we can argue, we can bigger. But I always thought this when it came to my children and their father. I always thought that he would be the best father for my children and give them the best life. Now, did I date some people that I was like, I don't want to have no kids with him. I don't want to have no kids with him.
Hold on, I'm about to send Ronnie a text, your ex-husband a text. I want to know if he felt the same way about you.
No, it was just. I'm just saying. I know some dudes. I was like, I would never have a baby with this person. But I always thought, at the end of the day, that Ronnie would be a great father to his children. And not only, it's only one time I felt like he let me down as a parent. One time in my life, and our kids, my son is 23 years old. It's only one time. So I can honestly say I thought that he would be a great father.
Why?
Why? Because some of the qualities that he had, they were familiar. They were familiar to me, and I knew the kind of man he was. He had strength just like my father, but the difference between him and my father was they were both top dogs, and they don't let nobody tell them what to do. So I learned I didn't like that about my father, but I thought that was sexy about Ronnie.
Ain't that yo, she was able to admit that. I gotta give you that. You were able to admit that. The quality that they both exhibited, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a frustration from your dad, but you found it sexy in him, in Ronnie, the man you chose as your husband, or the man who chose you as his wife, vice versa, or reciprocally. The thing is, that speaks a lot, though. That means that your dad actually did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah.
He did what he was supposed to do, because what he did was put you in a position where he could create a certain skill set of qualities of a man and display them in front of you, right?
Mhm.
That your heart would endear to, but without being weird where you would crush on your dad, right?
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
now we've been having a lot of good talk, and I said that thing about crushing on your dad, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
No, don't do it.
No, no, no. I said something about crushing on your dad, right?
Mhm.
So that brings us into one of the next clips,
Don't do it.
because your dad was able to able to deliver it in a way, he was able to deliver it in a way which worked. But some folks deliver their parenthood in a different way. So we trigger in the night. Here you go.
Well, I told him at first I told Carlos that I'm sorry, I don't know how you're gonna react to this. I'm your mom and you're my son, and I am falling in love with him. He said, "Are you really?" I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "You know what? I was scared to let you know too. I am too." He was too, falling in love with me, with his mom, and I was falling in love with my son. And then we ended up talking, and we took off to the park, and we ended up asked him, "Will you ever date your mom?" And he said, "Will you date your son?" I said, "Honest truth, yes, I would. Because 19 years, you're the best thing that ever happened to me, and I really want to be with you the rest of my life." And I really want to be with them. It's kind of hard right now, but I don't care what people say, because we're going through a lot right now. We try to keep it a secret, but we couldn't do it no more, because, my other kids found out. At first, they didn't like it. Then they started liking it. They're accepting it. I was like he's my man, and he does, what I mean? Sometimes I call him Hinojito, as that means son in English. And he sometimes, once in a while, he calls me mom. You know what I mean? It don't get to him or get to me. Actually, I feel like more than his lover, because it got so deep. And it feels kind of, at first kind of felt weird, but now it don't feel weird at all to me, because I love him so much.
Am I making this shit up? I'm not making none of this up, yo.
So that is that bullshit.
You know,
Nasty. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, Chef fell off, but I saw
Yeah.
that clip a long time ago. What is it from a woman's perspective? I know what I think as a man, but from a woman's perspective, what does that make you feel when you seen that?
Disgusting. It makes me so disgusting. It makes me feel like you can't find a man on your own. You want to kick with your son. That's just nasty. That's just nasty. It is. That's just nasty.
I'm saying that's the closest man you ever been through. He traveled through your birth canal, right?
Yeah, but I love Quentin, but how damn sure I want to be his woman. I'm grown. You can't do nothing for me. Just be my son. That's it. The nasty.
People play the line very close with that son-husband relationship. The only thing that they don't share is a sexual relationship, because they may even share a bed, and that's where the lines get blurred. You understand? Because at the end of the day, humans are animals first.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. My ex-husband did say Quentin is too big to be hanging out in the bed with you. We watching a football game, okay? But the thing is,
he said something that you didn't see. So even normally, what happens is a child will have that, endearment with a parent, whether it's a daughter for a father or a son for a mother, but it'll get shut down somewhere in the process. Attention will divert and it'll dissipate, because there will be maturity, or it won't be reciprocal on one side or the other.
Yeah.
However, they had the perfect storm where they were both feeling it, and she was bold enough to say it out loud, which most people will say, oh, that's nasty, or she's a sick person and whatever. But I seen Death May, she put it up there just a minute. You put a comment up there. Said, lock her ass up. Because if the roles were reversed, and that was a father talking about how he fell in love with his daughter, the first thing you wouldn't say nasty, you would say lock his ass up, get him up out of here, get him out of here. You understand what I'm saying? And I just find, you know, it's more than repulsive. You know, we're talking about, you know, self discipline and things of that nature. It would, people have urges, all kind of weird urges. That's the dark side. Your brain will do things and allow you to think things. You may even think about deleting yourself. But to actually process that into something that you will follow through with, that is the difference between the civilized and the uncivilized. I find that to be uncivilized behavior.
Uncivilized behavior. I like that. I like that terminology. What's funny is there's people that out there that have a certain level of group think that believe that uncivilized behavior versus civilized behavior is simply based on the filter of sophistication. The filter of sophistication. There's people that feel that you need to bathe 2 times a day. There's some that think you need to bathe 3. There's a school of think that's out there that you need to bathe only 3 times a week because some of the bacteria that you face is necessary, you know? But what happens is, as we've come through, and they talk about the people in the 16th century and, you know, British and Europe, when they would wear the white powdered wigs, it was stated that many of those people had a nasty odor to them. Sophistication has changed those, has tempered some of the things that's taken place within our growth. All right. So, with all of that being said, I think it's objective, right? Hold on, let me see what these folks said. Derek said, I was 17 years old, and there are no words to describe that tape. Death Mage Duran said, and some who bathe once a month, LOL. Nasty butts, LOL. Right. But he may not get colds as much as you because he got all of them nasty ass germs. Well, look. So let's do this. Because we're talking about the people that we choose. We showed that crazy woman, right? So let's talk about the types of women that we tend to choose for ourselves. Is that cool?
Hell no.
So I'm going to say this. I didn't send this to Andre. I didn't send this to anyone. Like I stated, this show is meant to trigger you, but it's meant to trigger you in a way to bring about the conversation. There's a reason that we should be intentional with the women that we choose. It's critical that we are intentional with the women that we choose, because at some point, even in a one-night stand, there's dudes that will have a one-night stand with a woman, but once they feel that and know that there's going to be a child that exists on this planet that belongs to them, there's going to be a certain degree of love that they feel. It's natural. But what if this was your baby mama?
You can't have those babies in there like that, man. You can't have them babies in there like that. You got them in a crate.
No, I'm about to put my mobile wrap on the police.
No, you cannot. You can't do that.
The police just told me I can put my wrap.
You hear them crying? If they hit a bump, you hit bumps and potholes and stuff, you're gonna break one of their legs. Are you fucking serious? You don't touch them babies, man.
Brian, open the door and call the police. Call the police. Baby.
You don't want the babies.
Call the police now. Call the police.
You can't have the
Yeah. I'm gonna just give it another run back so you can understand this is some real shit.
You can't have those babies in there like that, man. You cannot have them babies in there like that. You got them in a crate.
No, I'm about to put my mobile wrap on the police.
No, you can't do that.
The police just told me I can
They,
put my
you
wrap.
hear them crying. If they hit a bump, you hit bumps and potholes and stuff, you're gonna break one of their legs. Are you fucking serious? You don't touch them babies, man.
Brian, open the door and call the police. Call the police. Baby.
You don't want the babies.
Call the police now. Call the police.
You can't have
That's a post. Death Major Javon said that's not a woman, that's a crackhead. I want to send
that's a map.
I want to before you continue, I want to send a special love out to Death Major Javon because I got up in the middle of the night, in the middle of the morning to go take a leak, you know, the sleepy pee. And I came back and I checked to see if my phone was charged and I saw Facebook and I looked in there and Death Mage Javon had dropped something in the True Pill Community Garden. True Pill Community Garden is our page on YouTube. All right. And I mean on Facebook, excuse me, on Facebook. And she dropped something in there. And that was the clip that I showed you. It triggered me so much. My old lady was getting ready for work. I seen I had to show it to her, and we literally had to sit and have a whole conversation about it. So tell me how y'all feel. People in the chat, please tell me how you feel.
Was that a milk crate I was looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a little more snippet.
You can't have those babies in there like that, man. You cannot have them babies in there like that. You got them in a crate.
No, I'm about to put my mobile wrap on the police.
No, you can't do that.
All right.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. It was a milk crate, and thank you. Death Major Javon said, I wanted to know what happened with those kids.
Thank you. That's what I was going to ask. Where is the social services for people at?
People are in all kinds of messed up situations. You understand? But that was a clear indication of either mental health or substance abuse. Because even if you were homeless and those were your children and you refused to give them up, you would have, something to soften the crate, or whatever. You would have been creative enough to make it a comfortable environment for those children. Even if then you can say that that's a matter. There would be room for debate, but there's no room for debate for that. That's trash.
All right. So now, one of the biggest issues within the comments, and I'm going to bring up the comments from that particular video. There were many people that stated that no, the children should not have been called. Would you believe that?
What'd she say?
It stated that the police should not have been called.
Okay, so who was the auntie, the grandma, the daddy? How about that?
What does that mean? Tell me what that means.
Where's the other people to help her then? If you don't want social services to be called, where's everybody else in her community to help her?
That really makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Because I'm just asking, because that's a problem. If people don't want social services to be called and to step in, where is the community, her community, the community that she built around her mama, her cousin, her sister, her brother, the community, we call that.
Okay, wait. I want to hear Andrea on this. Let's just assume that she doesn't have any mental health issues or substance abuse issues. She just don't know what the fuck she doing, and she down bad on her luck considering financially, right?
Yes.
No one's ever told her that that's not okay.
Yes. So
Now,
what that tells me is she might need some parenting classes, some help.
does
And you
that
can
mean that she should be able to have those children in her possession just because she may be financially unable to take care of them in a way that other people are comfortable seeing that process go down?
Well, I mean, she had the kids in the crate. So last time I checked, infants like this baby right here, he has a car seat, not in no doggone crates. So I'm just asking the question: did she have some mental health? Because there was 2 babies in there. That's not 1 baby; it was 2. And they can hit their head. The crates. They got little shoulders. They small people. They ain't big people. So who would do that? Now stop passing.
Okay. So let me drop what some people said. Facts, Victor, is she on something? Mika said, what the F? Death Major Devon said, because people don't have any sense. That's why. She also said the people who don't want to call the cops are just as bad. Why would you want those kids to suffer like that? Out the mud, Cody said, that's a reach, big dog. Quantum said, walk it out, Vic. Death Mage said one of them either looked half black or sunburned. And if it's sunburned, you know they've been out for a long time.
Yeah,
To
and
be
they
loved,
was
Erica Hunter.
and they
To
was
be
crying
loved.
too. Got me go, my girl. Got me go right there. That's my backup.
All right,
Page.
so let me introduce her. Well, yeah,
Baby crying.
To be loved. Those 2 babies both look like infants. I wonder if they're twins or if they're even both hers. So look like infants.
She stole
Those children were not 2 months old. For the record, all right. And what I'm going to do at this point is show y'all some stuff. Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure that I get this up here. Perfect. Here we go. So let's talk about it. Hey, what up, Erica? She's one of the Erica Draper Hunter is one of the man, just Erica Hunter, yo. You leave your last home, your maiden name where it's at, yo. You Erica Hunter, yo. Period. All right. And tell friend I said, hold it down. We finna take that hyphen out of there. But anyway, on another show. So at this point, we're gonna play some stuff and let you guys actually see what folks have had to say. Here we go. Can you see it?
Yes.
According to court documents, medical personnel called to the scene determined one of the babies was suffering from sunburns, abrasions on their left hand, and minor scratches. The second baby had sunburns, a wound on the groin, and an extreme rash. Let's keep it going. Let me do it this way. Yeah, this is the right way. It looked like the woman was transporting toys inside of the crate attached to her bike, but then Brian Henderson says he saw an arm move. Seconds later, Henderson and his co-workers at an East Side pizza shop approached her and saw what was inside the milk crate: 2 unrestrained 2-month-old twin babies. Police were called to Just Pizza, all right, after one of the Henderson's co-workers, Suzanne Lynch, says she saw a woman on a bike swerving and almost wrecking a few times, at one point hitting a curb and almost causing the bike to fall over, according to documents. Court documents show that when police asked Kirby why she didn't call the twins' father for a ride, she told them she did not know what his name was. She insisted she was a good mother and was currently on probation, but not on any drugs. The babies were taken to Riley Hospital for Children. Kirby was arrested and charged with 2 counts of neglect of a dependent. A motion was filed to set Kirby's bond at greater than the standard amount because she was arrested while out on bond for domestic battery. Let me go to the next one. The boy and girl, so they were fraternal twins, say the temperature, Fox meteorologists say the temperature was in the mid 80s at the time. Medics who treated the baby said the infant girl had sunburns, abrasions on her left hand, and minor scratches on her body. Boy also had sunburns and minor scratches, as well as a wound to the groin and an extreme rash. So now,
I take this personally. This is a trigger for me. Okay, it's a trigger for me. Okay, it's a trigger for me. Somebody need to call DCS on her. Okay, for real, for real. Because what if she would have hit that bump, and baby could have passed. The baby could have died. Come on now. Sometimes you got to do it. I'm sorry. It's not what we want to do. But if you see no choice, and she said she didn't know who the baby daddy was.
For the record, Danika's on some extreme trolling right now. He said her body, her choice. Ain't that what the fight is for? I curated this. Let me tell you something. I knew I was going to play certain videos, and I understood that the vibe was going to take itself certain places, right? Danique actually played his piece in the universe and is taking it to a specific place that I'm planning to go next. Gabrielle said she's the damn devil. You
say her body, her choice, but her body, her choice. She don't know how to be a mama then. Cause who put that kids in the tray?
Right.
Hang on. What if they in the damn sleeping in a cardboard box or a lean to? The whole idea is that I believe by state standards, there are certain standards that have to be met for children, period. Just like if you're going to open a restaurant, there's certain, I can give a damn if your private business, the Department of Health is going to come in there and tell you what you can and cannot do. You're going to have a 3-part sink, and this is just what it is. So I believe there's certain stipulations that the Child Welfare Office requires, no matter who you are and how many children or how poor your conditions are, even if they have to be the ones to provide those things for you. But to say that she's unfit without, that's why I say take away the whole drugs or mental health issue. If she's just down bad and ain't no better. It's a bunch of young girls out here putting their babies in trash cans and everything else. So let's just say, because I understand what you're saying about the bike and the mode of transportation. She could have dropped the baby. Okay, cool. Let's say she had them strapped to her back walking. They ain't going nowhere in the same crate. Their physical health is not in any particular jeopardy, but it makes everyone around her the same amount of discomfort, gives them same amount of discomfort, which 100% sure that's exactly how that would still play out. People would still want to call the police.
But the problem is the baby.
Do you think that she has the right to raise or move around, or even if it causes you discomfort from seeing it, does she still have that right?
Bro, okay, let me jump in here. Jesus. Let me say this, bro. What you're speaking on is as though it's just somebody not liking what you're wearing. They don't like the fact that you're wearing a long t-shirt as opposed to, what did you say, a jersey dress. If they're wearing a bonnet or a freaking tablecloth wrapped around their head, and people so respect it as though it's some sort of religious turban. We're not talking about that, my G. We're talking about a child that is existing on the planet less than 60 days, being driven around in a motherfucking milk crate on a bike, right? Now, there may be a piece that I did not give to you guys, right? Or maybe it was. Oh, here's the piece. This is the important piece. This is critical. So I'm going to show this again just to make sure you understand, because I want to put you in a better place, right? So here we go. The part that I have where you see the mouse, right? After one of Henderson's co-workers, Suzanne Lynch, says she saw a woman on a bike swerving and almost wrecking a few times.
Nah, you read that.
At one point, hitting a curb and almost causing the bike to fall over. So now, understanding that, first of all, I understand the devil's advocate thing and all of that, right? Sometimes we could devil's advocate in certain situations in order to bring a better understanding. But bro, in certain situations, we got to shame the fucking devil.
And let me be
Wrong, bro. I have children. That was wrong. They are in their most. Do you know there's people that don't take their children out of the house until they're 4 months old?
Yes.
That's based on what how you believe. Just like you just said, some people think that you should wash every day. Some people would say call the people because you don't bathe your children every day.
But
You understand what I'm saying?
them babies had they had sunburn. He had a rash on him. The little girl had some sun. She had a
listen. Time the fuck out. Time out.
Okay.
Everybody's talking like I didn't or see the clip. I didn't say that shit was cool. Did you see my face when the goddamn video went off? Okay.
You ain't say it was wrong.
So what I'm saying is I don't need to be cornered. I'm just asking a question. Ms. Lynch, you should understand. So at the end of the day,
I'll get you for that.
I just asked the question. That's why I removed, because you can use any one of those factors. You can use any one of those factors, and those are what I call disqualifying factors, because those are the reasons why now, okay, this is probable cause, this is reasonable suspicion. All of these things like swerving, hitting the curb, blah, 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 those are reasons. Those are legitimate reasons, which is why I made a disclaimer initially and said, hey, let's remove the fact that it could possibly be mental health or substance abuse. Then I said, I understand the fact that because she's on the bike and she's putting those children in danger by being on the bike, that is another element. So let's remove the bike from the element and just say she has this crate and she put book bags on that motherfucker and she's walking around with these same babies, causing people the same amount of discomfort. Because people would be saying that same shit whether she was on that bike or not. Because if you're gonna sit here and tell me that that same fucking lady who's pushing a stroller just as homeless with those same 2 babies in it.
Vic.
What I'm saying is that those babies could be just as sunburned. They can have just as many. People got babies walking up and down the street all day with bites, whelps, scratches, rashes, and all kinds of shit, and need to be checked out and taken from those fucked up people. And you can't just tell by looking or cuss the fucking baby crying. So don't give me that shit. That ain't the fact. There's plenty of people's baby who should be taken from them, who you can't just eyeball it. She was just obvious, and because of her condition,
what condition?
It made it obvious.
Like she was high.
Wait. He said her condition. I want to understand. What condition, Vic?
Her to appear to be homeless.
She looked like she was high on something.
Listen.
Vic, what it seems like Vic is saying is that it doesn't necessarily mean, he said take away being high. Maybe she just did not have good judgment, right? So I'm gonna ask a question. You say you don't like to be cornered, but I'm finna corner you. Do you think the authorities should have been called? Yes or no? Based on what you've seen in that video, do you think that the authorities?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about it real quick. And what we're gonna do It's shared because this was a Facebook video, and I got to share the love, the love, the love. Remember, this is an interactive thing. You guys, this is like Xbox. Communicate with us, and some of the ideas that you have and the things that you share can be used on the show. Death Mage Devon must have been up in the middle of the night, and she posted this shit into the True Pill Community Garden group. And literally, me and my lady were talking about it for a half hour when she was getting ready for work. All right. So at this point, my shift starts a little later. So, the thing is, I appreciate you. And please, you guys, if you see things that you want us to discuss, send it to us. Join the True Pill Community Garden on Facebook. If you type in True Pill, you're going to see it, and it has a green pill. All right. So we appreciate you, Death Mage Javon. You brought the heat to us today. All right. So with that being said, I want to play, or not play, but show, if you look to the right of the screen, I want to show some of the commentary that was brought to the table. It shows Aaliyah Stevenson said, anyone who is against them calling the cops shouldn't have children. Those babies have no clothes, have on no clothes. There is no support for their fragile heads. It's hot outside, clearly. He is right. If she hit a bump, their heads are in danger. Excuse me. She is an unfit mother. I don't give an F if at least she didn't leave them. That is the dumbest ish for anyone to say. The picture I posted is from the news article. God bless these people. She posted that picture that I had shown earlier. All right. So, excuse me. Here we go. Call protective services. She is not competent enough to raise children. Someone else said, go ahead, talk on
Go
that, Andre.
back and put that comment that Erica wrote.
Sure. She said the police told her to put that shawl in them. The police didn't see what we all saw. Please say she's lying.
No, it's another comment.
Oh, my bad. Okay, hold on. The answer is she can do the work on herself to get them back after a professional checks that she can feed and house them, and that she's clear of substance abuse or mental challenges.
It's another comment I'm looking for.
Say the damn comment, man. You got me digging.
I only see the well, honey, she right. Okay, she right more things.
Is it this one? The mugshot looks suspect.
It was by the California rule. That's why I did see California in there. That's why I was asking to go back and put that comment up there. Here we go.
Food, clothing, and proper shelter. A lot of people who go through financial trouble and can't even let anyone know they're homeless because in California, they're taking them.
Yes.
So speak on it. You wanted me to pull that one up. Speak on it.
Yes, that does happen. And we don't like it, but that's what happens here. They don't play when they come to their kids. And when they feel like that you can't properly food, shelter your children and financially take care of them, they will take your kids away.
Okay.
So to that woman and them small babies, at the end of the day, I tell you the truth, if them two kids were that young, they would be up for adoption real quick because they don't even keep babies in foster care that long.
All right, so let's talk about it. Because there was a show that we had done, and we had lightly discussed the repeal of Roe v. Wade, or Roe versus Wade. And it was repealed, just in case folks don't know what Roe versus Wade is. Roe versus Wade was the actual, I wouldn't say law, but it was the agenda that was passed that basically allowed the states and women across the U.S. to have the rights to have abortions. Now, in terms of the repeal of Roe versus Wade, there was a lot of heat. There's a lot of people that believe that folks should not have children. Okay, bless you, whoever sneezed. There's folks that believe that there's folks that should not have children. So, based on what we saw, because there's people that believe that you should have licenses to have children. When we say licenses, you could get a fishing license, a biking license, hunting license, but you can get a license to be able to conceal carry a gun, right? It's training in certain states you have to get. Do you believe that women should have some sort of license in order to have children?
A license.
A license, some form of training. We have people that receive licenses based on a certain amount of hours of training that they receive in order to be able to carry a gun in many states.
Right.
Across the world, in order for someone to practice martial arts, you have to go through almost to receive your belts. It's almost a licensure where you show them your amount of skill in order for you to transition to the next belt. We give people licenses to drive. Do you think that because people state, and especially you, Vic, you stated that we can take out the drug stuff and the homeless stuff and we can just place it on that person's lack of knowledge. So then my question to you is this. If we have, I seen the face you made. I'm not being face police, but I seen the face you made and the question you asked. So then if you believe that it can be based on a lack of knowledge, and we understand that everybody's mindset doesn't work on the same tier,
right?
Wouldn't it make sense for us to provide a curriculum for those who do not know, vis-a-vis a licensure process with a curriculum that women would have to go through? What do you think?
You good at words. What's the word when you're talking about something that is impossible, like improbable, unfeasible? It's unfeasible.
It's unfeasible. Why is it unfeasible?
I mean, okay. So if you're a drunk driver and you've been a known drunk, they put a thing in your car. You got to blow in it before your car cranks up. Cool. What you gonna put on a woman pussy? Cause God gave her the license when she came out of mama. So when she has sex and becomes pregnant, now the process is how do we incorporate or encourage or incentivize, because you can't make nobody do a motherfucking thing. So how are you gonna incentivize someone to participate in these programs, which I'm sure in just about every major city in America, they're provided free of charge?
Okay, I want to answer that. Wait, let me, because he was giving that to me, Andre. Let me answer that.
Go ahead.
To that woman that was driving around her 2-month-old twins in the freaking milk crate on a bicycle, that was not able to fully maintain that bicycle. That would be the person that I think would require it. Quantum Love said a mandatory continuing education platform for mothers.
A mandatory to how to take care of your child. If you are a new mom, you should go through a mandatory tell me psychiatric evaluation. Go through everything for you. But when you're a mother, when you gonna become a mother, because some of y'all don't know how. Some of them don't
Bolo. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Some of them don't know how to be a mom. Okay, some of them, their mama probably was young too when they had them. So it needs something to do. And everybody, it should not be a mom. Really, should not.
But check the move. When the state provides you assistance, then they
because the state
they assume They
No.
assume.
No.
Excuse me, I ain't said it yet. How the hell you knowing?
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that when the state provides you assistance, they assume the role of the father or an authority figure inside of your home, and they make stipulations like the boy children must be separated from the girl children. Each child must have there must be X amount of bathrooms. They have certain stipulations that you must have, and if you don't have them, they will provide them for you. What I'm saying is that I ask, how would you incentivize? Because the counter to that is the punishment for not following these rules or these stipulations that the government sets up is, hey, we'll take these benefits away from you. Hey, we'll take your children away from you. There are negative reinforcements that will keep people in line and force them to do certain things. If you don't have a license or you don't update your insurance or your tags and pay your registration, they're gonna lock your ass up. Otherwise, you wouldn't give a fuck, or you would never get no admissions. So I'm saying there has to be something to guide people to this, even if it's for their own good.
Well,
What is that factor?
Are you talking about what? Are you talking about welfare? Are you talking about welfare is telling you what to do? Because they might provide food stamps and Medi-Cal, but they damn sure ain't paying attention if you were a good mama. I'm just saying. Yeah, if I'm going down to DC to go with the welfare office and get food stamps for my kids, okay, they ask me if I'm a good mama. They don't give a damn. But I'm coming down to hit this Medi-Cal.
Out free money.
What you say?
They just handing out free money with no stipulations, is what you're saying.
The stipulation is I need help. Okay, I need help. But they're not asking me if I'm a good mama.
No, what I'm saying is that they have certain standards, even if they're not your standards, Andrea, even if they're not telling you how good of a parent you can be. Your kids can't come to the damn office, or they do a checkup or a visit and their kids got scratches and welts all over them and shit like that. That's not gonna fly.
No,
so all I'm saying is whether they're intent about following up and
it's child protective services and it's welfare. So I've been on welfare before, because I'm not ashamed. I've been on welfare before. So they didn't ask me, was I a good mama when I applied for food stamps?
A good mother is not the same thing as having a roof over your head or a running water in the toilet.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, it's two different services. So it's child protective services and it's welfare. Okay, child protective services. If I got a case, they're gonna want to make sure I got a good roof over my head, a place for me and my kids to be. So it's two different things. I'm just saying it's two different agencies.
You educated me on the difference between the two, but the question that I asked was, how do you get people the help that they so desperately need if they don't want to do it?
Well, like Chef, I feel like it should be a license to be a mom sometimes. And some of these
you can't stop nobody from being a mama. You can't do it. God gave them that right. That ain't up for man to say.
It should be mandatory classes. Sometimes.
How do you make it mandatory? How? This is a how. Fuck the why. How do you make it feasible?
If you're a new mom, it should be mandatory classes you take. If you're a new mom.
Okay, so what happens, right? Hang on. It's the signal. You got like 2 bars or something. The signal ain't coming across. What I'm asking, right? Like the whole thing about it is, when someone writes a new bill into law and legislation, right? It's mandatory that nobody jaywalks, right? Let's just say that's a new law. Federally, nobody's allowed to jaywalk. We find it is too dangerous. We did the numbers, statistics, people dying left and right. It's making the highways dangerous. No more jaywalking. And they say, here's your incentive. If you jaywalk, you going to jail for 6 months mandatory, or you're getting a ticket, or whatever the hell they say. That's the incentive. Then you have to have something, what they would call the enforcement of said thing. Because they can say, hey, you going to jail for 20 years. Then that means they got to pull a fucking police on every corner. Or you're going to say, oh, man, y'all only police in the blood. I'm saying that there's something that has to happen in order for whatever you're thinking about to actually become a reality. So our question was, how does that happen?
Okay, well, they have a program called WIC. If you're a new mom, they have education classes that you have to take if your child is on WIC. Okay, if your child is getting milk and stuff, because I was on it too, so that's why I know about the classes. But if you're a new mom, and then you getting your WIC, you have to take them classes.
Yeah,
but not everybody.
All of that juicy juice.
Yes, you're getting all of that. So you have to take them classes. You have to make sure the baby's in the right car seat, the baby, he's weighed right, he's all of that. He's, but not everybody gonna take them classes. Sometimes the moms forget about their vouchers.
I just said that. You was like, hell nah, they ain't never asked me shit. I'm saying that
that's not food stamps. There are three different.
I didn't say food stamps. I just said that the government services that incentivize new parents, if they're providing them assistance, it wouldn't matter which government service. All 3 of them, all 8 of them, whatever's provided in your area, it doesn't matter if they combine them and they change the name. It don't matter. The whole point is that they're giving you something to do in order to get something else. And that's something that you got to do is the mandatory thing.
All right,
that's
Vic.
that mandatory thing.
Vic, you ain't done. I know you ain't landed the plane, but right now you're circling the airport. All right.
Well, assist.
Hold on 1 second. Right now, you're talking about assist. Hold on, we talking about assist. So I got to make sure I send a special shout out to Mika Marcel, who's the one that assisted us with. We already 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, and she assisted us with our first super chat. And I did something special.
Oh, God, I hit that song.
Yo, chill out. Giving my shit away. All right, thank you. So what I wanted to do was send a special shout out to Mika Marcel, because, just like the OG Kevin Samuels had, he had his Money World girl, Money World. Just like Sir Hale Speaks has his money, his thing when you send him a super chat, just like Raw B Privilege has theirs. I needed mine. So when you send me a super chat, I send you a special thank you. Thank you, Mika Marcel.
Okay, good job. Get mine, no problem. Hit my line, you're irking me. I hit that woosah. No, I don't got perks on me. I sleep good on God. Spend that money, make it reappear. Ta-da. I've been getting paid. I've been eating good. I've been putting on some weight. If I got a problem, I just call my brother Babe. This is like a warning shot to get up on my face. This is like a warning shot to get up on my way. This is like a warning shot to get up on my lane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the 7. My girl said I'm a dog, but all dogs go to heaven. Thank the Lord when
She got the dope moves.
She got all the dope moves, man. Thing's so good you can see it from the front. Somebody said I can't tell her. Somebody said I can't tell her she's coming or going, but it's all right though. Thank you, Mika Marcel. Anybody who drops something in there, y'all get that too. Peace, love, and light. But yeah, go ahead and land that plane.
No more super chats.
Oh
shit.
Yeah, he's an Eggman Dr. Robotnik. Yes. So go ahead, land that.
Chef.
Talk to me.
I'm done talking to Andrea. She can't get that. What the fuck is necessary in order to make what you all are espousing a reality? Because talking is fucking cheap. If you were governor of wherever the fuck state this lady was in, how would you prevent this from happening again if it was in your power?
How? All right. We would have to zoom the lens out and pull it on the macro level as opposed to the micro level. I know it sounds like a cliche, but to some degree, what's going to happen is we would have to think about lots of legislation. There are a lot of women that are receiving public services from the government. And it doesn't mean black people. There's more white people that receive welfare and public services than there are black people. We only represent a floating 13.8 to 15% of our population at any time. Here's the thing. I sincerely believe that if we institute certain things within the system early on, think about how many states have special stipulations on drug tests in order to receive public assistance. A lot of people fought against those. A lot of people, I didn't make that assumption, but a lot of people made heavy assumptions that that young lady was under the influence of something. Really, though.
Yes. And mothers, new mothers, if you go down to the fire station and take your infant baby, if you don't have a car seat, they'll give you a brand new car seat and know how to put the baby in the car seat. So it is things out here, but it should be mandatory. I don't think some of these new mothers don't know how to be new mothers.
Uh-huh.
And this right here hits close to home because I got one. This one right here. Okay, this something about my daughter. They said it's a shortage of a baby formula in California. My daughter has been hustling and made coupons and all this. She got tons of baby formula in her room. I was like, why do you need so much formula? She was like, Mom, it's a shortage. My baby needs all the milk. And I'm thinking,
question for you.
Yes.
How does she wrap the baby when she puts him in the milk crate?
Real quick, because he got a carrier, a car seat.
Hey, if you put a beautiful new car seat on top of a fucking bicycle, it's a bad idea.
Nobody does that.
So the fact of the matter was, she fucked up when she put it on a bicycle. I don't think nobody be riding on nothing wide open. I don't give a fuck if it's a motorcycle with a infant child on it.
Not leaving children at the hospital because she didn't have no drugs in her system. That's why the kid was left at the hospital.
Okay, well, you realize that it takes less than 24 hours for methamphetamine to leave your system, and it takes about 24 hours for cocaine to leave your system.
The question was, why not leave the kid at the hospital? She probably did not.
Oh, okay. I was addressing this one. Knew she was on drugs when they did the blood test. My bad.
Oh, okay. So when she took her kids, she probably didn't have anything in her system because they when you have babies, they gonna test your blood and see if you own something.
Okay, so now we're gonna transition this.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure we get through that curriculum, right?
Okay.
There's folks. I want one. Now listen closely. A one in the chat if that mother that we just shown, if you would have preferred her to have an abortion, or remember triggering, or subject to kids to that existence based on already a matriarch that you see would be willing to have 2 newborn infants in a freaking bicycle, in a crate, a milk crate in a bicycle with no covering or support, and not even being able to ride that bike effectively. When we look, do you think those children would have been better off when we think about what the possibilities in the future for them will look like? Do you think that her not having the children would be a better situation than the children living the horrible existence that we may think that could come of being with a mom like that? Hold on, in quantum, it's 45 days depending on the strength.
Hmm. See, that's a tough one.
Hey, you can kill him in a womb or kill him with a milk crate.
I mean, I feel like
What?
I feel like
They
that's
got a chance in the damn milk crate.
I feel like that's her choice, but at the same time, I can't answer this question.
It's no. Remember, because you had an issue with the repealing of Roe versus Wade, and one of the things that you used was the fact of you understanding being a major major proponent and patron of the foster care system. You know,
Do I feel like it will be an impact on the foster care system? Yes, I do feel like that.
wait, what would be an impact? I want you to be specific for the folks.
If they're saying no more abortions, do I feel like it'll be an impact on the foster care system? Yes, I do, because nobody's
Positive or negative?
I think it could be a negative on the system.
Okay. Which means you're stating that you believe that women should have the right to abort unborn children, right?
I think it's their choice. Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Vic don't answer my questions, because of these moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe Black Lives Matter?
Here we go.
See, that's that bullshit. I love Black lives. I believe it does matter. And I know y'all want to give me statistics that there's a lot of black babies being.
I didn't say anything. I'm just asking you, do you believe Black Lives Matter?
Yes, I do believe Black Lives Matter.
Okay. And you believe in abortion?
Yes, I think it's a choice.
All right. Now, Vic, do you believe Black Lives Matter, and do you believe in abortion?
White lives matter.
All right. So I'm gonna leave it on that, because I already know he got them. They got them dances laced up. Tonight trigger y'all, right?
Yeah. No, I don't fuck with abortion, yo. You got to make that decision before it happens.
Understood. Okay. All right. And I'm about to drop a clip. Let's talk about it. Trigger 1 and trigger warning.
Say Black Lives Matter, are you talking about the unborn children? Are you looking at the data that shows that Black women kill their babies at a much higher rate than any other race in America? If you support Black Lives Matter, then why would you support an organization that wants to disrupt the nuclear family? There's a lot of fatherlessness that happens in the Black community, so you want to support something that makes that problem worse. Black Lives Matter only matters when you get pressured into repeating the slogan because you're afraid of being called a racist or a bigot. If you say Black Lives Matter, are you also someone that supports all of this mainstream hip-hop and rap that glorifies shooting other Black men, knowing that people are products of their environment? And if you have an environment that glamorizes gang nonsense, how much do Black lives actually matter to you? Because recreationally, if you're listening to this stuff, then Black lives doesn't really matter if it has a good beat to it, huh?
And sometimes I think that is called what's the word? Clickbaiting. That is called and when y'all say Black Lives Matter, that's some clickbaiting stuff y'all doing. And y'all, what is the word I'm looking for? Hold on a minute. It's a word I'm looking for that I feel like y'all are doing to us when they say that. Andrea, come on, think.
Oh, it's called. I know what you're saying. It's called.
No, it's called something. What is the word?
What she meant is gaslighting.
Yes, you're gaslighting when y'all say that.
That's not what you meant, you lying ass motherfucker.
You're gaslighting.
Yo, this dude always want to help the dog. No, he always want to help the ladies. No, he always wants the ladies. He hates when I do this to him.
Well, there's no real easy way to say this, but look, you're a simp.
Stop it.
So when you get when you say Black Lives Matter, if Black Lives Matter, how come all that shit is happening in Chicago and all them black men are getting killed in Chicago? So if Black Lives Matter, come on now, y'all, don't fall for the okie doke, because this is the okie doke they doing to us. Because if Black Lives Matter in the hood, when them boys are getting killed and them kids are getting killed, ain't nobody saying nothing about that.
Oh, okay. So now we moving.
So come on with it.
Nobody say something about that shit every show.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Danique said Black Lives Matter. Yes, BLM movement is trash. Shame we can't separate and compartmentalize the two. I agree. That's definitely the truth, because remember, in the beginning, Black Lives Matter was not an organization. It was
a movement.
A movement. It was an inspirational movement. It was a slogan. It was a mission statement. It was a call to action for us to make the world know that we matter and we understand that we matter. So we're going to fight against the injustice. Wait. You gotta listen. You gotta listen to understand.
Okay.
We matter. And in terms of understanding everything, we're not going to accept the quote unquote oppression and other things that exist. And we're not gonna just take it on the chin and keep moving. And
Fix
that's
your face.
where the movement is.
Fix your face. Now say that shit.
Okay, so if we matter, because I already know Black Lives Matter, because I know me and my kids matter. But if we matter, why we not in the rap community and the manosphere? Why y'all ain't telling y'all black brothers stop killing each other every Saturday, Sunday, Monday? Tell them that then.
Black brothers. What are you talking about?
Yes, if we matter. Because last time I checked, a gang member just killed.
Stop the fucking cap.
In the car.
If you look at statistics, it's talking about triage. When shit is so fucked up that you can't fix it all, you got to look at what's the most effective thing you can do first. The most. You can't save every fucking body. That's what you can't do. And
say the one who's already here.
Hang on. All that energy, that's why niggas is getting shot now, because motherfuckers is all around talking about, fuck, calm down. So what I'm saying is, if we're looking at it from a triage perspective, if you did the statistics on Americans, and you say, what is killing Americans the fastest? You'd have to talk about diet, and you'd have to talk about a slew of other things. But if you isolated that, just the black community, number one on that list, number fucking one, is the topic that we're speaking on.
Are you sure it's abortion?
So why wouldn't you want to address that first? Why are we talking?
I'm asking
like talking about. Wait a minute.
You gotta let Andre. You gotta let him. If you may not like what he's saying, as it's coming through. But the thing is, you got to let him finish that dose of medicine before you can say how the medicine make you feel.
Okay.
Right now, you get what I'm saying? He giving you 3 pills. You coughing up the first 2.
Okay.
You ain't get the full message. It may resonate. You know.
Okay.
So what I'm getting at is that, heart disease may be a problem. Seatbelts may be a problem. At work accidents. All of these things could be things that could be worked on. The equivalent to talking about Chicago and gang culture and all of the other things that plague the black community. But if we said in order of importance, let's rate these, because all these people are great, but let's rank them. Let's put our Mount Rushmore of fucked up shit we need to work on. Number one, without an opinion being placed in it, it's not about how I feel. It's not about how you feel. It's about what the numbers say. And if you want to effectively strategize on how to improve, you got to do the research. And because the research has been done for you, to ignore it would be negligence.
Okay.
So I'm asking you the question. So is it homicide or is it abortion?
But wait, what do you think about what he just told you? I want to just make sure we keep it holistically. What do you think about what he was just telling you?
Yes, I agree. I agree. We does have a problem in our community. I do agree with that. I do agree that it's alarming rates. But at the same time, is which one do we want? Do we want bad mothers and mothers who are doing something to their kids, or do we want the system to be overhauled? So it's a complex situation. I'm not saying it's perfect.
So I'm gonna quote Just Pearly Things, a young girl named Pearl, that she's over in the UK. She's an American girl in UK, white girl that lives out there, and people call her the young white Kevin Samuels girl, right? I'll say this. One of the things is that if we choose to think like that, Andrea, what happens is we're stating that the children who's what's the best way to say? Hold on one second. Hold on. The people that are stating that her circumstances make her less likely to have children that are, have a good life. What that means is that we're stating that children that come from, lower class means don't deserve as much of a chance as children that were born into wealthy families. If we think like that, if we think along the lines that this particular person has less of a chance than that person by virtue of the financial means or resources that her single mother has, that person's life has less of a chance, than what we're doing is we're doing exactly what's been taking place. We're being okay with the fact that we're allowing the deaths of multiple people based on a lack of financial means or resources. And that's a key. That is a key. That's what it comes across as. That somebody born within a poor family doesn't have the same right to life because of the fact that they have less resources or opportunity. What do you think about that? Because I'm about to play something.
But I don't feel that way, but I don't feel that way. But at the same time, is when you put value on so much of money to take care of a child, some people can feel like they could be inadequate of being a mother.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
When you put so much value on raising a child, it's expensive to raise a child. Let me be honest and tell the truth that it is. But when you put so much value, when us people put so much value on the clothes or things for our children, some people might feel like they can't be a good mom.
You people.
Us black women. Okay. If you want me to say it, us black women. Okay.
Okay. So that's going to take us down the road now.
Look. Let's go, Chef. Before you go, Chef.
We ain't trying to be 4 hours. Go ahead.
Because I'm finna peace out directly. But the last thing I really want to say is I think the divide is this. What you said was basically what's up now?
What's up, Echo?
Basically, what you were saying is that the death of people. That's what I think that's the word, one of the words you use to describe the abortion that's happening. But a lot of people see it as the prevention of people. They don't think that those are people that are being deleted. They think that those people have not existed yet, so they don't exist. So you're preventing something like what happened in the clip from happening, as opposed to there actually being a crime that is being committed in those quiet offices. That's a matter of opinion, you know. It's hard to get on the same page until you clarify what's what.
All right. Before we continue, I want to send some special love out to our bro, the Gray Pill Podcast. You shaved. What's good, bro?
That's good, man. Appreciate you for noticing.
Appreciate you for jumping on, man. What's
I
going on?
finally caught you. Red Lipstick had tricked me. She did a reaction video, and I saw your face up there. So, and I jumped on, and I wanted to just say, thank you. I appreciate you because you blessed me. And I don't really look at my phone like that. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to say thank you, man. You're a real one.
You were good. You good. That Cash App was, you know what I mean? It wasn't even alive, you know, but I was feeling what you were doing. So, you know, I had to drop something on the kid, man. But I'm glad you appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I came in. If y'all want to catch me up on the last one, I came in for the last video where the mom was sleeping with the son. I think that's what we're discussing. Yeah, I already seen that news before. Yeah, I don't feel like that's nothing new because I ain't gonna say every day, but it's like either that or the young hot teachers sleeping with the young kids. It's like it keep going hand in hand with those videos, and they love them to death. They swear they love them. They swear they want to get with them, and only one did the test of time, and that's the one that actually made the local news and became like a whole TV movie out of it. That's I think the white teacher dated the Mexican dude, and then they had a kid.
Maryland Eternal. That's what.
They went the whole ride. I think it was like
Mary Kay Letourneau.
Yeah. It did about a good 20 years, I want to say, because she did time. She had a kid with them, came back out, did the time again, then came back out officially. Then they actually stayed together for about a good 10 years or so. And then
they had 2 kids together.
Yeah, ended up getting divorced. So, hey.
Yeah.
But my take on this overall is I think it's a sick thing. I especially when it comes to women, I don't understand. Like, you're attractive. You literally got all the options to get guys either your age. I would say like 5 years younger than you, even older than you. So I would literally they would have to answer the question, what gave you the mindset, and what would be your justification for doing that to younger kids? Because I know a dude up in of Jersey, it was a whole story that blew up. He actually had dated the teacher, got her pregnant, and now he's like, she's just a BBB. But that was pretty much local for us. So I would love to know what type of mentality they got going on with them, just to be doing something like that, because it just doesn't make any sense.
All right. So thank you. And you're here. You jumped in on time for the next transition.
Cool.
Y'all heard the term ninjas ain't shit from women. Y'all heard the term. Hold on. I'll help you with the term.
I feel like I'm being imminent trick bag with you guys tonight. As all the gentlemen.
Hold on, Andrea. Hold on.
You guys.
Hold on.
Are we holding on? What did I do, Andrea?
Like, people call my phone.
I'm not calling, just making it clear. I'm just trying to get myself out the box. Whatever happened, happened. Man. All right, well, I guess I'll be entertaining the show, everybody. So shout out to everybody in the chat. The chat is undefeated. Shout out to Be Loved. Shout out to Stratus Bird. I can't pronounce your first name, so shout out to you. Definitely shout out to Mr. Anthony.
The Nig Anthony, that's the guy. So y'all remember the song Itches Ain't Shit but O's and tricks. And y'all have heard the ladies that talk about men are dogs and niggas ain't shit, you know. So what I would like to do is address both of the types, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with the ladies first, of course, right? So let's drop it. Because some people would say what we allow, you know, there's a term that I use with leadership that I manage, and I state to the people that are leaders among me that I work with and that I manage. I use a term, I state, what you permit is what you promote. What you allow is what you invite. Okay? So we, and I believe that maybe this is my statement, I believe that we as a society have allowed ourselves to embrace certain things within men and within women that we did not embrace at a previous time. And I think to some degree that's created our demise. In terms of let's give a perfect example. Brittany Renner. She would have been more vilified if we were not within the fourth wave of feminism right now. But because the movements that she makes, her candor, her talent at veracity and telling her truths, what happens is she's looked at to some women as like some sort of OG. And when people like to look at the results, not just the message, the messenger, but they look at the results, what do the results say? The results say and literally prove to millions of young women that she did the right thing. And I hope you take a look, because guess what? Brittany Renner is giving you opportunity to monetize on the debauchery of her life, and I'll help you see.
The only side chicks I've seen that look better than me are these right here. Introducing 3 new, thicker, juicier side chicks. The only side... Attention, a 10 is speaking. These 3 new crystal side chicks are thicker, juicier, and crispier than ever. Keep your main thing if you want. We just want to be your side chick.
That's worse than Jerry Rice eating the goddamn chicken in the football game.
So you want to hear some crazy? You want to hear some crazy? I found that this morning.
Really? I saw the second one. I saw like a week ago.
The night before last, I was in the middle of editing and it was late and all the spots local were closed and I didn't want any Mickey D's and I was in a White Castle kind of mood. And if you live in Georgia, you know there ain't no White Castle down here. So, you know, I mean, Crystal's like the knockoff White Castle, right?
Thank you for saying that. Jesus.
Just the bread. The bread is not as soft and tender and juicy like White Castle, but that's all I had.
God bless you.
And they had those 3 side chicks, and I bought one each of them. There was the pimento cheese joint, which was gangster. There was the regular with the mayo, and then there was the joint with the bacon and pickles and cheese. And when I saw that commercial, I was like, damn it, man. I bought that shit. Do you understand what that creating those commercials have done? Come on, man. I need somebody to tell me something.
I'm probably on opposing side, and this is where I'm coming from. When I saw that, I saw her. I think she had it on her Instagram or her. She was promoting on her Instagram or her Twitter. So that's just not new. And I get how you're feeling about it, but at the end of the day,
we gotta Danique won with that one. Danique, respectfully, what dudes out here eating
Chef on the late. With his sneaky link.
Hey, Danique, it's a lot of them out there. Unfortunately, they like they like hoes. If and they're gonna creep, But yeah, but as far as at the end of the day, man, it's like a few things I can say about this. She's either been, like I said, her truth. She's trying to be honest to her extent the best she can. It's gonna be people that accept what she said. Because I see a lot of females that I know, either I follow, that I'm cool with, either on Facebook, whatever, and they'll be in there clicking the hearts or the comments, like supporting her with the comments, and they see a certain side of her that is drawn to her, and that's what they're gonna respond to. Me, I see the marketing ploy of it because, again, it started out with her and the guy. It started out where she didn't have nothing. It started out where she was pretty much locally moving back to her moms and her family to try to figure out what she's going to do. And when she decides to, hey, you know what? I'm going to use that market that's attacking me and I'm going to flip it. So that's what I saw moving forward. So when she's putting her message out there, because you have them not them short little inspirationals in her car, then she have that crying moment in her car, and one hand people see certain another way, another hand predominantly a large number of women, then another hand a large majority of the simps, the ones that, you know what, she's attractive, let me go into that. You know what, I could feel her a little bit, and you just have those type of men out there. So I just felt she's gonna win regardless. She's just gonna win regardless.
Okay, I've seen her a couple times, but I don't actually know who she really is. Who
You don't know that's wait. I thought you the sports lady.
I don't even know who her man was. Okay, so
I'm gonna tell you because you talked about it. That's Brittany Renner. That's the one that had the baby for PJ Washington. That's the one that was with all of those different men.
Was she the younger? Was he the oldest, or he was younger?
He was the youngest one. Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner. She was the one we talked about it. She was the one that Deion Sanders, primetime, he brought over, who she was the groupie that was sleeping with all those people. He was the one that paid her and brought her over to tell the tales of how she moved through different men. And she's the one that PJ Washington was with.
Okay.
And just to add context, move a little bit further back with the guy, she was prepping that dude before he, at a young age.
She admitted she was watching him when he was like 17, 18 years old playing. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, she's doing some good recon. Yeah, she can't
fool no veterans, so she had to go to the babies.
And she told that story on Deion. She had the same conversation. Yep, she had the same conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, so she is the international.
Can I ask y'all a question? Will y'all consider her as a predator?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes,
that's what we've been considering her. Yes, that's
I'm asking you, consider her as a predator.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
She said she was a predator. She spoke her story as though she was someone that was what you would call a chicken hawk. She's paying attention and seeing what's the best person to put herself in front of and create some sort of resonance within them to want to be with her. And it was based on their position. All right. So with that being said, I think it's time to transition.
Yo, you ain't asked me nothing, Chef. Because I'm finna roll.
How you get, man. We trying to finish.
No, so what, you don't want me to say nothing?
Go ahead.
So, at the end of the day, it goes back to what you said about what you promote. How you said, Chef? How's the saying go?
What you permit is what you promote.
That
what
right
you
there.
Allow is what you invite.
Yeah.
Silence gives consent.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, we silent on a lot of shit.
Yes.
And it's not just, my camera. Cause it come across my Instagram on a regular. And I'll be like, damn, not today. And I ain't gonna unsubscribe just yet. You understand? So at the end of the day, hoes is winning. But if you want to call, the question is what they doing winning? Is that what we define as winning?
Yeah.
So
great. That's great right there. Because actually, that's a. Say it again, Andrea.
I mean, if that's the measure of stick they're gonna use and say the hoes is winning, I feel like they're losing. And this and like I said, hold on a minute. This new generation thinks fast. They don't think longevity, and that's the problem. They always want now. They don't have longevity.
Okay, so we talked about the hoes. And I guess people is under the assumption or the feeling that 304s ain't shit. But now we have to, in all fairness, transition it back to our side. There's people that feel that niggas ain't shit. So let's take a look.
I got mad when I said I don't support Black Lives Matter, because who they matter to? We kill each other all day. We talk about each other all day. You know who talk about me the most on the internet? Niggas. You know what's worse than a nigga? 2 of them. Think you don't want to be a nigga. Yeah, man, it don't be nobody else talking about me. It be niggas, my own people that look like me. You know how niggas go to jail? Because niggas tell on niggas. It's a 98% conviction rate amongst blacks. They tell. That's what niggas do. They just talk good as a bitch. That's all they do. They tell. I got mad when I said,
I ain't gonna lie. He ain't lying about that one. Heck, even in these spaces, mofos be all in the DMs, all in the private chat, screenshotting stuff. Like, dang, you can't keep your mouth shut for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
So what do you guys feel about that?
I mean, I feel like he didn't lie.
Okay, out the mud, Cody thinks that he capping.
Well, he might be capping. I would say this. Maybe he feel like he's capping because what happened to him and his lifestyle. But it doesn't still change the truth.
Yes.
It still doesn't change the truth. We either run our mouths or we talk too much. Heck, I used to work at a warehouse. I literally purposely get away from the men because they was more gossipy than the women. I will sit there. I'm working on 3 machines what I was paid to do. I would purposely, when they all go in the break room, I'll run all 8 machines just cause. Because you go in that room, as soon as one go off, and everybody 2 hours. You know what? Screw it. Let me just go ahead and just do this for the 2 hours. Let them chill, do their thing. And when they come in, get my little favorite, and I go back in there and do my thing. That's it. Either they fight over the dumbest thing, and 9 times it's always over a woman.
Yes.
I don't care if you're dating her, sleeping with her, or men Vic cool with the same chick. We're fighting over a woman. We're arguing over a woman. We're giving each other dirty looks, talking behind each other back over a woman.
I don't know no niggas like that.
I know a lot of them, bro. I know a lot of them.
There's so many people on YouTube. What you talking about?
Thank you. Real life and in the streets. Don't do it like that, Vic.
What are you talking about? Some of these people are on YouTube.
I ain't said they don't exist. I said I don't know them niggas. They definitely don't run them.
Okay. All right. If we're pulling everybody saying I personally don't know them. Yeah, I personally know them. But do I see them? Yes, on the regular.
Okay, so what else? What you got, Andrea or Vic, on that particular one?
I feel like what Kevin said was right. I mean, let's be honest and tell the truth. Now, when he said this is one thing I had a problem with when he said we tell on each other. So my thing is this, Kevin, if this was in your own backyard and something happened to one of your family members, you want to know, you want justice for your family member. So you want somebody to tell what happened to your family member. I'm just saying. So if you gonna say we gonna tell on each other,
I don't know about that one because he was giving. No. But you just saying what you said was different. Where you said you would want them to tell. He was not talking about that. He was talking about people that you worked with, conspired with, who were accomplices with you in whatever nefarious act that you were doing, and then they got caught and told on you. So that's different than them doing something to you.
Yeah. I'm speaking on the lighter side because I know I really can just have a conversation. And again, I'm using this being Victor. We can have a casual conversation, and Chef might be there, but it's not about Chef. Me and Vic just conversating, and Chef gonna run off to somebody else, knowing that either I don't really associate with this dude, and then he just run and go gossip with this dude. I'm like, what's the point of was that? You doing that for what? So you can be cool with this guy to talk about me behind my back. That's literally how majority of people move. So he can't be capping on that because that's pretty much 100% fact. I ain't gonna give the 90%. That's close to 100. But I just live on that. I just live in that space where it's like I'm so oblivious. Like I don't get into my business. If something comes up, I'm like, I didn't know that TV shows, news, or something like that. I'm like, dang, I really didn't know. That's how much I try not to be in anybody's business.
Okay.
Yo, I gotta be out, Chef. I appreciate you for having me up. You know,
come on, man, it's your crib, bro. What the hell you talking about?
I appreciate you for not putting the deadbolt on. Okay, so
you ain't changed the locks on your ass.
Yo.
All right, so
for the record, yo, I actually see Vic in person. Vic pulls up on me. We'll be kicking it till wee hours of the morning sometimes. And I'm say this, I may have to sneak the camera and hide it out there for y'all to see. Because look, literally, man, all of our conversations, even with Andrea, man, I wish somebody bugged us and sent us tapes because I would upload them shits, man. I mean, real talk, yo. We have it's great for TV, man. So I might have to start, recording their conversations, but don't tell them.
Yeah.
But yo, my G, holla, you know where I'm at. You know what I mean? Super Mario, holla at me. I'm here. All right.
About to power up, what?
Yeah, that's your boy. All right.
You know, man. Hey, and on that, you know, whatever the topic is about the men, the pussification of America is alive and well. So, with that, I'm out. Holla.
Peace, love, and light. Victor Freeze music. All right. So
I would never say black men ain't shit, okay? Because I don't that's not in my circle, in my community. But what I will say is there are some Pookies and some Ray Rays around here, and we all know who they is. Now, do we call them niggas we don't like? Yes, we do. Okay, so I'm gonna reserve the right to put all my energy and my resource and my feminine ways to make my sons good men for good women. How about that?
Good men for some good women, but she ain't gonna call him a Pookie or Ray Ray until he act like an asshole. Until he act like an asshole. But before all of that time when he was hitting them skins and making them toes go like this, okay, he was that fly motherfucker.
Oh, so I'm hearing hypocrisy.
It's just, Andrea Lynch, I just don't like him no more.
I hear hypocrisy. Okay.
I don't date Pookies and Ray Rays. Okay, I'm better than that. Okay, I'm just sorry. I'm high class, but I don't date Pookies and Ray Rays. Okay,
I'm just saying. I think the message there was either bite what you can chew and stand on your square. You know.
I'm just saying is when I felt like some of the black men that I was looking at wasn't the ones that I wanted. I was like, I have a son. If I can't reach them, I could reach my son. I could make him be a better man.
Yeah, that's good.
And so that was my own self-preservation.
But what I heard is I think this is where it comes, guys and women are different. If I'm dating a chick or if I'm sleeping with her or something, whatever, and it doesn't work out, heck, she even screwed me over because I had that happen not too long ago.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be like, man, she a bitch. I'm like, you know what? I might say it in my head and I just move on with it. But majority of women, they'll already went from, oh my God, girl, he's just so good, love him, care about it. He's so fine. And then as soon whatever reason doesn't work out for him, it's like, I hate him. That's a strong emotion. I hate him. I can't stand him.
Hey,
all right.
You know what somebody told me? When you say you hate somebody, in that own crazy mind of yours, she's probably still love them because hate and love that still care about that person. So I feel like when somebody got so much affection for somebody, they deep down still care for that person.
You can tell by the energy, their actions is number one.
Definitely. There's a commonality, there's a connection between love and hate. The let's say the amount of bandwidth that you have to hate someone is based almost synonymous with the amount of emotion that you have on the positive side. And that hatred is built by virtue of all of those dry embers of love that dried up, and that fire will burn a little stronger. You're not going to hate somebody that you don't give a damn about.
That is true.
And you're not going to hate somebody that doesn't have some sort of impact on you. So now I'm going to use this point as a transition point. When we talk about hate, we talk about race, right? And with some of the topics, I brought up hate. I brought up racism. There were several things that I brought up. But racism was one of the main things that I wanted to discuss, So let's start it off. For one, let's talk about how we consider racism. And what I want to do is give you two dissenting points, but because we're trying to not make this a 6-hour stream, what I'm going to do is put a 2-minute clock on us for us to discuss one versus the other. All right, let me check the comment. All right, love ain't shit but hate. Interesting. You might have to come. You may have to come up for that one, Cody. All right, but let's drop this and see what you guys believe. Because I believe that we as a people have utilized our previous long-term oppression as a laminated card in order for us to move in a way where we ignore the others because we were pained. Some people say victim Olympics, but because our forefathers were done dirty, it almost seems like a mantle that we stand on, and that pain eliminates us from being responsible with how we deal with other races. To Be Love said, so you're saying you still do love Ronnie Lynch? Oh snap! Oh snap! He done put 2 kids up. Got 2 kids up out of you, girl. I mean, I done said it before, but we gonna leave that one alone. So let's talk about it. The racism. Can our children really feel the racism that came to our forefathers, and is the way it moves fair? So we're going to play this one. Everyone that agrees with the next thing I'm going to play, press 1. Anyone who disagrees with the next thing I'm going to play, press 2, please.
I keep getting white people telling me that I'm racist against whites, and I get so confused because you can't be racist to white people. Not only do I not have the social power in order to enact racism on a systemic level, but when we're talking about white people and white supremacy and white privilege, we're talking about white people as an entity, as a player and actor within white supremacy and those who benefit from white privilege. We're not talking about it on a personal, individual level in their personhood necessarily. I keep getting white people telling me that I'm racist against whites, and I get so confused because you can't be racist to white people. Not only do I not have the social power in order to enact racism on a systemic level, but when we're talking about white people and white
You can't be racist against white people? You mute, Chef.
Oh no. I was talking to somebody else.
Okay, that's what I heard. You can't be racist with white
Right.
people. Okay. Okay. She looked like she's young, like in her early 20s, and she's saying a lot of word salads. So she had to add some context. That's me. 1 + 2 = 3. So that's my number I'm putting up. but I just feel like she got to add context what she mean about that. Just don't say, "Oh, Andrea, I'm not racist against black people because the systematic degramma. We know how to Black Panthers, Black Panther. And it's like, okay, so tell me the story so I can give some kind of judgment call on maybe you was racist for this saying, or maybe this person was racist to you. But generally speaking, yeah, I think everybody racist against our opposite race. Heck, they do it with themselves too. I mean,
damn, I'm supposed to put you on the clock. Go ahead. No. We all going on the clock for this one. Go ahead.
Yeah. But I just think pretty much everybody's just racist against each other. It's not that you just have to. I hope that it doesn't be too serious as streamers, because we even stereotype ourselves. I'm in the South where I had a white dude say, "Hey, black people eat chicken," and I'm like, dude, this is everywhere you see everybody eating chicken. So I felt like he was being a little bit racist, but I didn't take it personally. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to be somewhat conversational or whatever. I had people make jokes. Hell, my own boys make little, and we do it with ourselves. Any windows of black jokes, So yeah.
Okay.
She's right. It just, where are we going with it? As long as it's not extreme, as long as you're not doing anything to benefit taken away from me, like job opportunities, I'm good.
All right. Thank you. Before Andrea drops her piece in there, what I want to do is send a special shout out. Thank you, Mika Marcel. I appreciate you loving the show right now. You are the official sponsor for tonight's show, and because you've been so magnanimous and so philanthropic with what you've been dropping on your boy, I want to send you a special thank you.
Good job. Get mine, no prob. Hit my line, you're irking me. I hit that woosah. No, I don't got perks on me. I sleep good on God. Spend that money, make it reappear. Ta-da. I've been getting paid. I've been eating good. I've been putting on some weight. If I got a problem, I just call my brother Babe. This is like a warning shot to get up out my face. This is like a warning shot to get up out my way. This is like a warning shot to get up out my lane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the 7. My girl said I'm a dog, but all dogs go to heaven. Thank the Lord when I.
Hey, thank you.
I'm temporarily blind now.
Hey, in the words of Gail at night, she said, "Chef, I can't tell if she's coming or going."
Andrea, you was talking about protecting the black man, so I need some eye drops or something, because
I have said the same thing. Please change it, okay? But he won't change it. I'm like, this is a little too much.
I never wore glasses in my life. Now I need bifocals.
When I see that, I said, "Oh hell no!"
This is new. I bet I have nightmares at night, Chef. That's all I'm saying.
The producer in him is what he see. It's the producer in him. Okay,
that's
so I didn't. It's the producer in here.
I'm traumatized now. I gotta go to therapy.
So, Drea,
I think
I'm
personally,
gonna hit you with the clock. When I ain't gonna hit you with it, we don't do abuse here. But
I think we all got prejudice in us. Okay,
yeah.
So I think we're gonna have preconceived notions of each other, and even our own people. And I just keep it 100. Even some of my family members and stuff, we have preconceived notions. It's like, just see what the black folks do. They have barbecues in front of their front yard. You're supposed to be in the backyard. Okay, so we have preconceived notions of each other and pre-prejudices of each other. So I think that is bound to happen when we don't really know each other. And I have been my own prejudice of people that I didn't know, but when I found out about them, who they are, what their story is, I felt bad because I prejudged them. So yeah.
Okay. I can see that.
I
I
agree
can
to
see
that.
that.
That's why now, Andrea, maybe a year ago,
Mm-hmm.
I used to say first impression was good. I don't even like first impressions no more. I'm more
No.
about the second and third.
Yes.
Like, because the first impression for me, because I'm really trying to observe and look at somebody, but not saying they might have a showing, but it might be that one little thing, like you said. I come in their house. They can be the nicest people, give you the shirt off their back, but as soon as you come to the front, you're, why they got this up here? And then also you already just boom, they done. So yeah.
And then I as I got older, I started to believe that I was really meeting people's representative and not the true essence of the person. So I'm like, let's go ahead and meet the representative first, and then I want to be the real you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like you got to date everybody. Not saying like we, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, and pause it on the dude side, but it's like it's still an interview process. You still got to go through it.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk. Danique said, I also stand in silent protest. Sad to see the original was remixed. Right? Funny dude. So let's talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the original was remixed because, the copyright for No Hands by Waka Flocka was,
It was a lot.
I didn't want to give them the monetization from this particular stream. So, or for these streams going forward, because I might have played it about 6-7 times on one of the previous streams. So that belongs to Waka and them, Waka, Roscoe, and them. But we just talked about somebody that spoke to the power of racism against us. All right. Let's talk about somebody that comes from an antithetical standpoint, which means opposite.
I'm gonna hurt some feelings with this one, but we have the Black community to blame.
First of all, salute those lips. All right. Back to the regularly scheduled program.
I'm gonna hurt some feelings with this one, but we have the Black community to blame for racism still existing. Even though we didn't create racism, we are the reason why we're still oppressed. The Black community is very picky choosy. As soon as white people do something racist towards Black people, we are quick to speak up about it. But when Black people are doing harm to their own community, it's silent. Just in case you've been living under a rock. The Black community is colorist, texturist, featurist, transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic. I mean, we accept pedophiles in our homes. Yet we've normalized all those issues in our own community. And then we're delusional enough to think we're able to fight racism while our community is so divided. I hate to be the one to say it, but y'all need to hear it. The Black community needs to start taking accountability. You guys are way too silent about the issues in our own community.
All right. First of all, you gave her 1 point for the lips.
About the issues in our own community.
I'm gonna take 1 point because of the fucking filter.
Okay.
That's too much of the filters. That's very triggering for me. She's very young. I just had a conversation with a very attractive older woman. Never used filters, and all of a sudden now it's just like every picture is a filter. I'm like, why is it? And she got triggered by it and got offended. I just tried. No, you're not trying something. Once and twice is trying something. But after 5 or 6 other pictures,
I'm gonna hurt some feelings.
Yes, that you're hiding wrinkles, you're hiding all that. Like, let's not do this. You're young. Be yourself. Now, back to the regular scheduled program. When she said that, hey, we did to ourselves. No, we did not, sweetie. It was a systematic thing that happened way yonder and brought the cogs way over here. And a whole bunch of racism stuff going on, meaning slavery and then some. That's a whole other conversation. We can't dissect that. Now, because of that system, it effed us up to the point we're low-key hating on ourselves. Not overall, because there's sections of Black people that, hey, we're going to do us and live our life. There's a section of Black people, the niggas, that's out there that's spit that same rhetoric that she's saying. Oh, the Black man this, oh, the white man that, and all this and that, the self-blaming, the self-victimizing. That's an issue. It's bad enough we have to live within our skin in the world that we live in just to get ahead. And once we do, That's when we say, hey, you know what? I did it for me. I did it for the family. I did it for my children. So yeah, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give myself the pat in the back because that's what we deserve. But I'm not gonna scream out my house. I'm not gonna scream in front of other different races. Well, this is what. Guess what? Whether it's not as extreme as the other races, they went through it too. Whether it's the Asians, the Mexicans, and any other race out there, they had their own struggle. Just only difference is we speak more loudly about ours, but clearly we're not in whole. We're not whole. So she can't sit there and say we did this ourselves. No, we just talk too daggone much. We're confused. You know what I'm saying? I have a group of black people and one white person say, can I just ask a question? Sure. And at the end of the day, when they asking all the right questions just to understand us to move forward, the only answer came was like, yo, we screwed our own stuff up. We're arguing with our own family. We're making little, again, even Andrea said stereotypes about Andrea could tell a story, don't even put a race involved, and instantly I would say, that sounds like a black person, right? Oh yeah, you know. We do that to ourselves.
Yeah.
We can see one. I don't even know him from a can of paint. I can see one act the fool, and I'm like, just like a nigga.
Okay. You touched on a point for one of the curated clips that we use and that I want to transition to. Because we have gone through a certain amount of oppression within a great part of our existence within this country, do you think that, okay, one, we agree that there were certain rights, original or foundational rights that we lacked that the other people had. But now, at a point where we've had one of ours become a president and we've had our folks move to a certain tier in certain previously unobtainable tiers, what's the best way to say it? Does it give us an ability to now treat another race if many of us feel that we've reached a tier that the others reach? Does that mean that and this is kind of rhetorical, does that mean that their plight should not be considered? Does it mean that their voice shouldn't be heard? You know, they talk about MAGA hats. You've seen in the past few years, you've seen a hell of a lot of BLM shirts, Black Lives Matter shirts. You've seen a lot of F the police shirts, you know, a lot of different things, F Trump, this, that, and the other. And what we utilize, even in situations where people don't want us to wear BLM shirts in certain places. What if I said to you, because of our struggle, we as a people, I know I'm a little lighter than some, but we as a people, as a Black melanated people, have a tendency to utilize our plight to encourage censorship amongst the others. The same thing that gave us the ability to say all of the things that we said within the civil rights movement in order to gain our freedom and understanding that we had the right, First Amendment, we had the right to say what we want to say. What's so interesting is that many times we as people, especially when we're in a group, will do things to limit the other people's level of communication or censor their level of communication based on our previous oppression. Just like someone saying somebody who's Black can't be racist against somebody of another race. I actually disagree. Racism does not involve the results. Racism is the method or the modus operandi. If I move within a racist fashion, whether I get the results that I want of eliminating the darkies or eliminating the whiteys or whatever it is, whether I was successful or not, I would still be a racist One based on my ideology and the other based on my practice. So with that being said, I'm going to make a statement and follow it with a clip. All right. That's funny. White Lives Matter, love you down.
Hey, man, I want that shirt.
Right. Name 180-year-old white man that ain't racist. I don't know about that one, but but this is the trigger show. So out the mud, Cody, you coming through with the all caps. So we gonna let you have that. The
He's
show
staying with the
is
caps.
trigger, right? But I believe that we can be racist as a people. We have that ability. And I believe that we are. And I do believe, I said it in a previous show, that we tend to practice censorship, not just for other classes, but within our own. So let's let you see this, because I'm sure you've seen the After Police hats, After Police t-shirts, all of that, BLMs. Take a look. Now, very important. I want you to put 1 if you think what was being brought to these white men was fair. 2, if you believe it was unfair. 1 fair, 2 unfair. And remember, we have to paste that same consciousness in terms of if that person was one of us. All right, so let's get this started. I ain't finna be here all night.
What did I do wrong?
You have a better. You're offensive. Police lives matter.
You have the same sticker.
We're just trying to do.
FYI, it's a black student, and there's black students at in the library at the college. All right, so just want to give you that little bit of context.
What did I do wrong?
You have a better. You're offensive. Police lives matter.
You have the same sticker.
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker of the other.
But this is our space.
We've got a Police Lives Matter sticker and we're getting kicked out. Can't do school. You just said we have to leave.
No, I said you're making this space uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable.
But you're white. Do you understand what a multicultural space? It means you're not being centered.
White's not a culture?
No, it's not a culture. It's white is not a culture. Say it again to the camera. You think whiteness is a culture?
This is insane.
So anyways, this is the violence that ASU does, and this is the type of people that they protect. Okay, this white man thinks he can take up our space, and this is why we need a multicultural space, because they think they can get away with this.
I'm gonna sit here the whole time, and you can find somebody to kick me out.
That's cool. We will.
All right. Right. I definitely need to jump in on this one first. And I'm gonna say this. How the fuck, with us being less than 15% of the population of this country, how do we expect to move forward if the method that we utilize is, damn, peace to Kevin Samuels, shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right? You're actually appealing to the class that has a higher population. And basically, what you're stating is that because of what took place systemically, at this point, in order for things to move forward in a peaceful manner, you have to acquiesce to the fact that I wish to be able to say whatever I want, and you not be able to have the same, you not be allowed to have the same degree of expression by virtue of the oppression that your grandfathers or great-great-grandfathers placed upon you. I don't agree. I don't agree. That's my feeling. And before we continue, Gabrielle said 2. Victor Freeze said 2. Danique said kids these days. Dangerously active. Peace. Welcome. Welcome to the fray. Never seen you before, but you home now, family. He said that chick ignorant, young, and very disrespectful. And dangerously active went to clarify and make sure we understood it was a 2. So, our panelists, Talk to me. Y'all figure it out. Rock, paper, scissors. Who go first?
Go ahead, Andrea. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because I went by logic. I'm looking at the facts. Like, did she say it's multicultural? Isn't that a multicultural spot that was at?
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm just.
Yeah, I was confused.
I'm trying to find a logic in this.
Because I see, and I'm even looking at all the spaces, right? Because you're in elementary, the cafeteria, so it's like the bullies. The bullies purposely go sit next to you to start trouble. Yes. I'm looking at all this empty space, and it got to be more empty space around her. And you purposely come and target this kid with a sticker, and he quotes like he looks. So you can look at his facial expressions, words. You got the same sticker too.
Right, you're wearing a BLM T-shirt.
Yeah.
So,
and cops' lives do matter.
What is so dumb to me is when they say the slogan, "Cops' lives matter, Black lives matter, white lives matter." We all matter. Why we just can't understand? We all matter.
Because
it's ridiculous to be fighting over T-shirts and slogans and stuff. We all matter. We all want our people to come home. We want our cops to come home to their wives and children. We want our people. We want our Black men to come home to us too at night. Okay, so and we don't want to kill white people either. So we all matter.
That's what I'm saying. It's just too extra woke.
These are scare tactics. I really feel like these are
from
scare
her.
Tactics. No, from like when they say these slogans and stuff. These are like scare tactics. Like we don't matter. If I thought I know Black lives matter. Okay, that's why I do the work I do. I know Black lives matter because I have a community of Black boys that I see when they was little boys up to grown men. So I don't understand. Like I don't need a T-shirt to say Black lives matter.
Yeah, but remember, that's why I take like remember back in the 70s when the hip hop era and the DJing, the real DJing era. That was I feel like it's the same category. Like you was repping for your little class of people, your individuals. And then now you got a whole new one with the media. So people in their own right, say Black Lives Matter can be Chef. I can be, for the police. You can be like, fuck the police. And we each have T-shirts, but selectively people gonna again gravitate who they gravitate to, and they're gonna be still for different reasons. So I might still have 10 people for me, but those 10 people is not gonna be wanting or rooting for what the message I portray for, police lives matter. Same way with that. So then it kind of spreads, and the conversation you're gonna hear a whole different perspective. So it is crazy. I don't know. I think it's click-based in a larger form.
Yes.
Okay. I agree. So here's what we're gonna do. What I'm gonna do is play 2 clips back to back. Let me take a look at what Denise said. It's ridiculous to say any life or lives don't matter. Not trying to sound no type of way, but I bet a guy would not have done that. All right. So now I agree with that. So what we're going to do is this, because I want to make sure that the show is called Truth and Balance. We discuss truths, but we try to add a certain amount of balance to what we perceive as the truth, right? So we're going to talk about it. Racism does exist. I just said new life don't matter. He's the ultimate troll. Right? He's wild for that with the you got that with you need to come up with all of that comedy tonight, fam.
I ain't gonna lie, that'd be a cool T-shirt though.
Right. I can't even lie. That really is new life don't matter. So we're gonna talk. We talked about the perceptions. Okay. And it's important that I'm balanced. We talk about the perceptions. We showed one person stating that Black folks can't be racist. We had somebody else stating that Black folks are racist against each other. Right? So it'll be only fair for us to show what some would call latent racism. So before I play this, I want to put that out there. What I play next for you. Do you believe, and this was somebody running for office, by the way, do you believe, one, this person was racist, or two, this message was racist, or two, is the message not racist? I'm going to play it. Let's see what it is.
Violent crime is surging in Louisiana. Woke leaders blame the police, blame the criminals. A mom should not have to look over her shoulder when she's pumping gas. I voted against the early release of violent criminals, and I opposed defunding the police. Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve. Violent crime is surging in Louisiana. Woke leaders blame the police.
I'm gonna run that back for y'all one more time, and peace to all the crackheads in the chat. Look.
Violent crime is surging in Louisiana. Woke leaders blame the police, blame the criminals. A mom should not have to look over her shoulder when she's pumping gas. I voted against the early release of violent criminals, and I opposed defunding the police. Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve.
All right. We're gonna go clockwise this time. What you think, Andrea?
No comment.
So after Grey Pill drops his stuff, now you're gonna try and comment afterwards? Yeah, you said no comment, no comment.
No comment.
You trying to hold off and watch the chat. Yeah.
She's trying to manifest.
So no comment all the way, right. You see that face? You know what that? Hold on. You know what that face is called? Hold on. Fuck you, Chef. Fuck you with a 12-inch, motherfucker.
That's funny.
Yeah. So you want me to say? Okay, we're gonna let you.
I'll say how I feel. I'll say how I feel.
You said no comment, so you got no
I
feelings.
changed my mind. I right through that. I'm a girl in here, okay, girl.
All right.
It was racism to me. Okay, I thought it was rude. I thought it was disrespectful, and I thought you could have articulated that a little better than use drug addiction is real in the communities. So why would you say that? I'm just asking some questions. You're on mute, Chef.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
It was just my face. My face was loud.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I'm gonna jump in on that.
Okay.
So what? You the motherfucking Pope of the crackheads now?
No, I just thought it was insensitive.
That was rhetorical. I should have said it before. That was rhetorical. Like, you the Pope of the crackheads now, fam? Come on now. If you notice closely what he's stating, he's speaking to the folks that want to defund the police. So let's understand what defunding the police means. The defunding of the police doesn't mean that we're going to eliminate police, because that misinterpretation of the slogan is what's causing a lot of division within the community. Defunding the police does not mean that we're going to just take away all the money from the police and we won't have any police. We've had King James, who is the lieutenant of police in his city in Louisiana. We've had Diesel TV, who's the chief of his police in the city he resides in North Carolina. And the two things that they stated, and every cop that I state, the main amount of calls they have to deal with are calls regarding the welfare of someone, mental health calls, domestic violence calls, child neglect calls, but mental health is one of the number one. What the defund the police is, that whole movement is not to actually remove all of their funding so there will be no police. It's actually to divert some of the funding so that the professionals, the psychotherapists, the social workers, the social case workers, the ones that have been trained over years to do this job, right? Because remember, it takes 6 months for Joe Schmo off the street to become a cop, but it takes 2 friggin' years to become a barber. No disrespect to the police, but it means something because there's a certain level of precision that you need to attain in order to be considered a master. To be a master electrician, to be a master at certain trades, you need at least 10,000 hours of you doing it. But legislation and a governmental need to incarcerate and to control has allowed policing, community policing, to take a control with the least amount of training. With the least amount of training. All right. So,
okay. So now
Gabrielle said, why do we always want people to modify the way they pass a message? Is he wrong, though? Listen, first of all, what he said, you want to eliminate the police from my area. So, okay, then when you need help, call a crackhead. Tell me about what bothers you about that message. Are you, you support crackheads? Crackheads like your movement?
No, I don't support that. But do I know people who was on drugs? Yes, I do. So maybe I'm a little sensitive when it comes to the topic. Okay, how about that? But I feel like he could have used something else instead of saying what he said. Okay,
like what? Maybe what if the message that he gave was the message he wanted to give?
Okay. If you a seasoned politician, you know words. You know words matter.
Oh,
okay?
so now when somebody talks to you, they have to be seasoned with words.
No, what I'm saying is he's a seasoned politician. So y'all know words. Let's be honest and tell the truth.
To be fair, Biden know words too, and he fumbles on them.
Okay.
Right. Okay. You voted for him.
Oh, I know that.
Sorry, my bad. Where did that
them spirits.
No, it was the 400 years of oppression just got me just now.
but
you didn't like the way it felt. You didn't like the way it felt.
No, I didn't. But I am more educated on defunding the police too, because my perception of defunding the police was the wrong thing. So what if everybody don't know what defunding the police means? So they could be wrong. If I'm just saying, what if I just learned about what it really means? Okay, I had the wrong perception. So what if some people? I don't care. Susie down the street don't know what defunding the police mean.
So you remember there was a link that I sent you, where it was a town where they generated over $1 million and change in speeding and traffic tickets, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that it literally their population was really, really small, to the point where they were not allowed to write any more parking tickets for the rest of the year because they were writing so much that it was wrong. They wrote so many tickets, for people traveling through, for the citizens, that they literally were not allowed to make any more money from tickets. And that's literally one of the cities in the U.S., little towns that people will go and test out their fast new cars and their souped up cars. They'll go out there now because they know that they won't be able to get ticketed for speeding. So when I talk about that, what I'm saying is, Andrea, there's things that are accepted and there's things that are wrong. when we look at this situation, especially when it relates to what he's talking about, he is trying to run for office. So when you run for office, you're going to run for office on specific platforms, platforms that impact the community that you're running for office for. Drugs, drug addiction, drug related crimes. If those are hot button topics, those are topics that impact all of us, not just them. There's black people, and because of proximity, we've endured more from crackheads and had more communication with. They might have had the meth heads, right? And Heisenberg and them. But we've had the crackheads. I grew up in New York during the crack epidemic. So, with that being said, the crackheads are a pariah or an anathema that have impacted all of us, not just white people, Chinese people, Korean, South Korean, all of the Asians, South Pacific. You have crackheads of every creed and color. So when someone states crackhead, Andrea, you realize because we make up such a small piece of the community, there's actually more white crackheads and meth heads than there are black crackheads and meth heads and dope heads, right?
Yes.
So my question to you is, then why does that make it a racial issue to you if this is something that impacts all of the races? What is it about what endears you to crackheadism or crack cocaine addiction that you will feel that it's a part of your culture, that they were speaking about us? That's my question to you.
I don't know. I guess I watched that video. I'm a little insensitive. Okay, I feel like it was a little insensitive, and I just it's not a race thing for me. It's a people who have addiction thing for me. It wasn't a race thing when I heard it. It was an addiction thing, and I know people who beat that addiction, and I just don't think he should have. He could have used other words. He didn't have to.
If you came out with your kids and the kids and your grandchild, and you came out and we had a big party in Atlanta, all right, and all of y'all came through here to Atlanta, you, Vic, everybody that we cool with, and you came out here, and y'all got home, okay, you see windows broken out your crib, and you got 14 crackheads in there blowing those hard rocks, okay, you gonna be talking all of that. Oh, we got to be sensitive to those people that smoke crack and they done set your truck on fire or whatever kind of stuff. Are you going to retain that same degree of peace?
No, because now it's personal. It's personal to me because they'll mess with my stuff and my things. So now it's personal. I don't really care how they feel.
So could it have been personal to that person running for senator?
Yes, it could have.
Could it have been personal to the people within his community that were the victims of someone's crack addiction?
You're right. You're right.
So the question becomes, is it just about what impacts you versus what impacts them? You know, that's a question. But we're going to keep this thing rolling. Right. He said, come, we're not Care Bears. Right. What? So now I gave you something. Vic was like, got him. You know? So there's a method to the madness, y'all. But I'm going to say this. That was the kind of racism that could be debated. All right. And here's the thing, just to be clear with you guys. I do believe he is a racist. However, I could look at somebody and see they're wrong for something and still understand a disease that they have on this side, but then also be able to say, okay, they were right on that side. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. That shit could fall off at 2:14 a.m. in the morning while your ass is asleep. But guess what? It's going to be right when it's 2:14 p.m. Broken clock is right twice a day. And we can gain knowledge, wisdom, understanding from multiple sources. What he said was nothing that I haven't heard from a brother, from Uncle Ruckus, from the homie Chaotic Truth, from a lot of people within our community, from Candace Owens. There's a lot of people. It's just that we have a tendency to pull back accountability from our own folks, so those messages don't get heard. But that's when I'm going to use that pivot to go to something that's a little less innocuous and more overt. Let's go.
Tomorrow's gonna be a new day. I'm still the mother sheriff, and when I'll go there and found my goddamn get black bastards. That's like I'm scared. That's stupid.
It gets worse. After the sheriff explains that he's getting phone records from Verizon to trace anyone in his office who's called Campbell or Hatcher, he lets Souls know the plan.
We'll get the snake's head off. And Melvin Campbell's the biggest snake as Louis Hatcher ever dared to be. Every black that I know, you need to find him to start with. He's a snake.
Former Sergeant Melvin Campbell said he was so surprised when he heard this recording of the sheriff talking like this about him, he had to listen to it twice. Before taking the job at the sheriff's office, Campbell, who received the Order of the Longleaf Pine from the governor, spent 30 years as a highway patrol officer under Jody Green's supervision.
And I worked with him, and it kind of shocked me. You know what I mean? That came out his mouth. I thought we was friends.
It ain't shock you. Like, why are we acting stupid now? Why are we acting stupid? It didn't shock you.
I don't think it shocked him that he said it out loud.
It
shocked him. It shocked him. Excuse me. I don't think it shocked him that he felt that way. I believe it shocked him that he was at that point so deep rooted within his racism or his prejudice that he would espouse it and expose how he felt out loud to somebody else.
Yeah, I think it's shocking that it was recorded. That's where it shocked him at. How you let yourself get recorded.
But let's go back to let's lean less on the tactical and let's go back to the emotional and what he felt. What do you think about what he was saying and how he felt? And the moves he was making.
The man was his friend. He thought I mean, you didn't know how he felt about
No, not the black guy. I'm talking about the white guy, the chief. I'm not holding the black man accountable. It's the guy that was.
I'm surprised that that's still happening in North Carolina. No, because that's my hometown. And when I go back home this week, in the next week or so, I'm not surprised it's happening in North Carolina. Every time I go home, I'll be like looking on the side, the back, everywhere, because I know y'all still live down here.
If I was white, though, I would probably pull you over too.
Whatever. I'm just saying, I'm not surprised because I still have folks down there and my ears are still to the streets. So I got aunties and uncles that still live in North Carolina. I'm not surprised that's still going on. And they feel, and that's a Bible country. They get fag one around there. You know, come on now. To me, it says more about him that he still feels the way, and he want everybody to know how he feels. Some of them are hiding it and say, "I don't feel that way. I love all y'all." No, y'all don't.
So, just to clarify, remember, they were being investigated by another group, and he felt that the black officers within that police force had some desire, capability, or probability to talk about the messed up stuff going on within the police force. So if you listen closely to what he had said, he literally, even without knowing who was involved, he literally was targeting every black officer on the force. He literally said it there that he wanted to check all of the records of every black officer to see if their police, issued cell phone ever called a particular black lawyer. That's what he said. He wanted to ensure and make sure, and he literally listed he stated all of the black officers to have a check run on the cell phone records for the police provided cell phones to check if any of them called a particular lawyer that was bringing certain charges up against him.
So obviously he know he was doing wrong, and he wanted to be. To me, it gets a lot to go check other folks' cell phone. That's an internal investigation right there. You know. I'm just saying. So obviously he know he was doing wrong, and he want to check their phone records.
All right, and just before you continue, Lady Navoa, yes, you still see it, and for the record, Chef always long strokes. That's what the ladies say. But anyway, back to the show at hand. Yo, what you think? What you think, GPP?
I'm with what she's saying. I'm not that very, like I said, it's like I already know. But if I was in the past, maybe a younger self, I might be a little bit more in my feels about it, or like my energy be high about it. But you just have to be aware of there's certain states or there's certain where you reside. But just to be honest, there's racist folks where everywhere you go. It might be a little bit more higher, like because I was even told like certain parts of Virginia, be careful when you go over there. I have family and friends in South and North Carolina. Heck, I'm in Alabama. I don't see it like the fact I'm here, and I guess most people at North would think like, well, is they doing this? I'm like, it's not like that. I'm in a small area in town where I literally pretty much I can just walk out right here after 10 o'clock at night. Nobody will actually bother me. But at the same time, I'm not going to purposely put myself in harm's way in any given situation. I don't care if it was a race-free world. There's still crazy folks out there. So, but just dealing with the just dealing with that per se, because it comes down with the level with law enforcement too. Because even if you were a good cop and there was no racism, they still got their own little net and click. So you just have to be careful what you're saying and what you do. Because even if you do something, let's say you try to do the right thing, that blue badge is gonna like override that and supersede it. So it is what it is. And I agree with Chef. Like, he wasn't shocked that he was who he was, because I'm sure he see it every day. But I think he was shocked the fact that it just got more exposed in the public eye. And now he's probably running around, the little chief probably running around trying to get everybody like, hey, who said it? Let's try to figure it out. So now he's trying to get his all his buddy together. Because first you get the closest ones you're cool with. Then after that, you try to weed everybody out. So yeah. But if he was doing his job like he's supposed to, this would never happen. But unfortunately, hey, I'm happy. It got exposed. And the truth get exposed, especially when if there's any part of corruption in the police system, get at it.
All right. So here's where we are right now. I first and foremost, I definitely appreciate you, GPP, Great Pill Podcast, for coming through, and as well as Vic popping in as well, and Simon Hectic. I was prepared for a little more action from a few more people and break it up into pieces, but we actually are at the point, and I want to make sure, because I curated a lot of videos, we have a little bonus round. All right. We took things through through a carefully curated portal, but there were three things that I wanted to talk about. One of them involves cheating. Another one involves the mindset and thought process involved when it comes to abortion versus pro-life. And the other is related to the dynamic of male and female and what we consider truths and not truths. Let's just call it the believe all women. So we got believe all women. We have pro-life versus non-pro-life. And then we have niggas always cheating. So I'm going to allow the two of you to determine what's going to be the next piece. It's all three of those pieces. I'll allow you guys to determine what's going to go first.
I go the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Which one was that? Believe all women?
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Black woman to God. Black woman to God.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question first. When a woman states that she was assaulted sexually, I don't want to use the great word, sexually negatively impacted by an individual, do you believe that we should investigate with detail, or we should believe the woman that makes the plea? You don't have to give the why. I just want to get the yes or no.
Hold on, repeat that again.
Do you believe that when a woman states that she was harmed within a sexual manner, should we automatically believe her, or should we perform a high degree of investigation prior to believing everything she says?
No to the first, yes to the second.
All right. So the first one was, should we believe her? Well, it's actually one question. It's actually one question.
Okay.
Should we believe her? Oh man, you mixed me up with that one. You threw me up. Should we believe her if she states that? Should we automatically, unequivocally believe her if she thinks that, if she states a man did something to her in a negative sexual manner? Should we believe her automatically?
No.
No.
Okay. Because there's a movement, just like Black Lives Matter is a movement, White Lives Matter, All Lives Matter. There's a movement called Believe All Women. And that movement pretty much believes that we shouldn't wait to see information, intel, judgment, and all of that stuff. We should naturally believe all women that state that they were negatively harmed within a sexual fashion. Believe all women, even without evidence.
No.
It's a feminine. It exists.
Well, it would be believe all women, but some women have lied and lied because they were mad, just lied, flat out lied on the man. So no, we're not complete. We need an investigation.
Okay. And would you agree, GPP?
Yeah, especially with the world going now. Even the laws when it got and nothing, because pretty much when the law came where if Andrea was being attacked and something came up, cops was literally just pretty much walking away. So and that got a woman actually seriously injured and resulted at her demise. So that law was in place that, hey, we got to check everything out. So the same reverse with men too. So a lot of women, not all, a lot of women start using that and abusing that law in place. So now men, like when women start screaming, crying wolf, they got like, okay, what happened? Like even down to the point, I don't even crap if you're my sister, my mother. I need to know the story, because just the fact that you are a woman, just the fact that, not saying your credibility is off, but I just need the bearing of the details, Oh, he hit me. Okay. Where? Why? What was the reason of this? okay, I see you got a black eye, but I'm seeing videos all across the world, women literally punching themselves, slapping themselves with oranges, with a sock or stocking, running their arms in the door, just getting on bruises. Heck, I've been through it too, growing up. A woman will actually just lie, and I'm like, she could be like 50 yards away from me, and the cop will come and go through this whole investigation. I understand he got to do his job, but yeah, it's too much. And now you got men now to this day just like, quote unquote, saying bees ain't blank, ain't hoes in blank, and they're quoting that like it's almost the Bible, like it's scripture. We got now in these spaces where heck, not even spaces, just in real life. I talk to a cousin, and he can have a story about a woman or a girlfriend or something like that, and the end of the conversation, whether he was good to her or mistreating her or what, like, oh, that she's a bee. Oh, you can't believe none of these women say, and that's just their mindset. So I agree. You gotta ask the questions first before we just. Now, if you're there and you witnessing it, hey, do you?
Thank you. And I'll say this for the record, you seen some of the shows, me and Vic go hard at each other. Pause. Right? when it comes to some of our debates. But the beauty of it is he thinks the way he does, I think the way that I do. But we found a really beautiful place of resonance where if I quit YouTube yesterday and he did the same, I would still rock with him. I need him, and I found the need for him within my ecosystem, And one of the things that he's brought into this place, is some people say, how you gonna sit there and argue a point that you don't know? One of the things that I recognize is he states, yes, just like in the SATs, there's A, B, C, or D, and then there's E, which is all of the above, and then there's F, which is needs more information. In many situations, people need more information. Andrea, when we've had conversations where you and I have debated really hard, I literally told you, I was like, and I'm gonna be real with you. Mm-hmm. Listen, y'all, if I rock with you and I love you, when we're not on camera or when other people are not there and you part of my circle of love, I'm gonna say some stuff.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? But it's because I give a damn. The people I don't say nothing to, I don't give a damn about you. I told Andrea the other day, I was like, it's chicks like you that make people like Vic who need to hear more information, because you base really strong points and feelings and emotions on little information. And so, especially if extra information makes you look at the things differently, that means you, in essence, required more information. And that's what I told you that night. I was like, see, that's why I still fuck with you and Vic, because it's a real, true balance. You come with emotion, but Vic comes with
needs more information.
Call it a numb stoicism, but it's important, because if you feel too much, it could take you down a certain path. But it's that balance, the truth and balance.
Yeah.
And in terms of Vic, he brings that transcendentalism and that stoicism to the table. So because of his understanding and how he's lived, he's had to actively numb himself from certain things in order to be that positive, powerful piece for others.
Yeah.
So it's an important thing to think about,
And what Gabrielle just said was true. Look what Johnny Depp had to go through. He was fighting for his life and his money. Okay. Literally. Okay. Literally, if she was lying, she was doing stuff. She was really crazy and
for years.
Yeah. So and I always thought I love Johnny Depp for 21 Jump Street. So I never thought that he did it. I always thought something wrong with the woman. And just to hear the stuff that she was doing to him absolutely floored me.
Hey, my guy, Von Bryant. Greetings.
Yeah. So,
oh man, good to see you, family. So, did GPP? Did you get an opportunity to speak on that?
I agree with yeah, I did, but just to add context, I agree with anything Andrea said. That was a perfect example because just that whole live court case for them 30 days that was horrendous. But it just goes to show that I didn't want it to happen, but I'm glad it did happen. Just to show live and uncut, this is literally what most women would do. That's literally totally the opposite of how men and women will act right there. Because if that happened with us, and we were just like, you know what? I'm just gonna take it on chin and walk away. Let me go back to work. Let me go, maybe weep in a corner somewhere alone and come back stronger and better for it and just, find me something better. You know what I'm saying? Or I might be on that trip like, you know what, all bees and holes and tricks until the right one might come. But yeah, you just have to move accordingly with situations like this. So yeah, it's definitely a no for me. Can't take your word for everything off the rip, especially when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm. So, and do you know the brother that was in that video, by the way?
Them because they said it.
I think in regard.
Nah. Really?
We're gonna play it.
Them because they said it.
I think in regards to sexual assault and harassment, because there are incidents where cameras aren't often involved,
Right.
it's difficult to have the proof, and so therefore, yes, I believe all women.
Let me ask, so now that men are going to start accusing women, is
Well,
that
let's
fair?
first of all get it clear. Men can be sexually harassed and assaulted by women.
Yes.
That does happen.
All the time.
Not all the time. So 1% out of the 100%,
Oh, no.
99%,
I got a
a
surprise.
woman is a victim.
No.
Absolutely. That's
No.
a statistical fact. Yeah. It
Um,
happens, but it's very
so
rare.
should men be believed just because they said it?
It depends on the case.
Seen it yourself. What do y'all think? I'm gonna allow either of you to go first.
She said what she said, but again, it's, I'm pretty much on vetting and pre-tactics. If I'm in the house and this is me and her, and I use Andrea for example, if we're in the house and her voice just start getting a little bit louder, I'm slowly walking to the exit door, and I'm being prepped. I'm just gonna be prepped. I remember somebody was dating. This had to been like 6 months ago. Twice in my whole life of me having my own place, I had a chick like this. One, I raised my voice for her because she got me there, and I said, "You gotta go, you gotta go." And then the second one, she raised her voice, and I looked at her like, "Nah, I don't even do that here. You can't yell in my house. The only volume's gonna be loud in my house is either my TV or my music. That's it. Anything louder or getting close to that amp, somebody got to leave. And if it's my place, it's got to be you." So, I mean, it sucks, but we got to really learn how to maneuver even the type of women, we dealing with. And that's the crazy part. Because, let's just say I meet a ratchet chick, and then she's not hinged right, or she's not in that emotional EQ, and then something pop off, and then next time I'm crying to Chef, like, "Yeah, man, she got a cop and blah blah blah." And Chef was like, "So what'd you do? What'd you do?" Man, you knew
That's
that
my
girl was
question.
loose.
I do that to Andrea.
Yeah, you
So
knew
what you
you didn't know that girl was like that. You've been messing around with her for months. You've been tapping her out. You've been coming out your pocket. You've been dating her in public, right? This ain't no just one random booty calls. Even that.
You got to come prepared with two questions for him, because you be like, So why you did that? And they're gonna be like, Chef, I'm just tired of such and such and such and such. And when people be trying to do such and such and such and such. And then my next question after they say all of that bullshit, I'm gonna be like, so what did you do to make them say that? A lot of times we move as people, even though we exist within billions, 8 to almost 9 billion people on the planet. A lot of times we move as though we are the center of the quintessential universe. Just forget the quintessential universe. Sometimes we move as though we are the center of our universe, but never fully understanding how large our universe encompasses, and not truly understanding that the amount of our travels, the amount of people that we touch and are impacted by, and the places we've been, the water we've drank in different places, the air we've breathed, has a difference in terms of how we perceive things.
I agree,
If we
but
don't respect that, then what we do is we tend to limit our potential growth because we're stuck within a microcosm of our own personal thought and experiences and understanding that took place prior to our epiphany.
Yeah.
Prior to our epiphany.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dre.
Back in the day, I was the first, if a woman said she was assaulted, to believe her. But now, as I got older, women do lie. And so now, no, because I have brothers, I have sons. I don't want somebody to lie on them and then they end up in somebody's prison or something. So no, I want the evidence. I want all the evidence. I want to get all the facts. And I'm sorry if you feel like I don't believe you, but this is the way it is now. If y'all wasn't lying and making up stories and stuff, we wouldn't have to need all these factual and need all these facts. But now y'all have lied, y'all have misused the system against men. No, I don't. I want all the facts.
Yep. But then what's gonna happen, which is I'm fine with that too. You're gonna be the outcast or that friend. If she really was your friend, which she wasn't, she's gonna cut you out. Like, oh, I can't talk to you no more, and that's it.
That's fine, because I don't want to see nobody go to jail for no reason.
Yeah, and just to because she probably trolled a little bit, but just I gotta say she is, but because lady pretty much keep it real. Just to chime in what she said, everybody gonna, like I said, like when I joke and laugh because everybody raised their voice, but and when I was telling Chef about the prep tactics, if you're coming to my house again, I have people in my house, I date. It happens. It happens. and I'm trying to get to know you. And something comes up like example of like, hey, what you want to do, or if they want to spend more time. And I'm like, this is not it. And I'm being very transparent how I dictate the rules of what my standards is in that relationship. Like right now, I'm single. I'm not looking for nothing serious. That's just how it is. I always say it on my lives, broke and busy. But some other people take that outside the boxes. I do this for you, and I want to be your girlfriend. I didn't ask for that. You got to move accordingly. So now we're getting on dates, and everybody in that little high energy comes up. Okay, maybe you're not more welcome in my home like I thought you was before. So I'm at my door.
I have that same rule.
Wait, hold on. You said she's not welcome in your home. We're not talking about Lady Navoa because she's one of your moderators. I want to make sure we ain't talking about her.
No. I'm just giving an example. I know she was joking. I was giving I was giving like a little
messing with you, fam.
Yeah, we give a little stereo of the.
I have that same rule. If a man raises his voice in my house, no, you can't be up in here.
Yeah,
I feel the same way. And one man did raise his voice, and I was like, I showed him the door.
Right, but if you knew you was on some bullshit and y'all happened to be in the car and you knew you was on some bullshit and he raised your voice at you, and you know that you deserved it, would you have had an issue with it? Yes or no?
I don't argue in the car. Okay, I try to keep my. I had an experience.
That's a good one,
Andrea.
Let me
pull her out of that. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying I had an experience in the car with a brother, so I do not. After that experience, I don't argue in the car.
Yo.
I'm like, whatever
That's not what I'm
he
saying.
say,
I was
I'm
just throwing
good.
that out, Andrea. It could have been in the freaking. It could have been in the backyard with just you and the dude there. Okay.
No, but I know where
So
he goes.
We're not gonna lock in on that. Let me just say this.
Yeah.
What I'm stating to you is this.
Okay.
In terms of you and I communicating.
Okay.
You stated that there's times where you was like, yo, if the man is in power, he's in charge, he don't have to ask permission to make the moves. He can say, yo, this is what it is. Even within my leadership, right? Just saying, because the channel is called Chef and the network is Chef Choupino, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I wanted to make sure that you and Vic and whoever's a part of this know that you have a voice and that I care about your opinion.
Yes.
And there's times where I told you I didn't make a particular move because of the response that you gave.
Mm-hmm.
And you tell these people what you told me. Like, Chef, this is your shit.
Yes.
Go ahead. Give them that talking to, because I was hoisting you up as the lady in this thing with me and Vic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point where there was a point, and this is some real honest stuff, y'all.
Yeah.
I knew that I was working with a sister, and I understood that, I felt she was important to this thing. But there was times where this sister, this wonderful sister that's on the screen, basically told me, nigga, this your shit. You don't have to fucking listen to what I'm saying, man. It's your shit. She said, listen, this your shit. You just tell me, Andre, you do this shit. And I'm going to do that shit, Chef.
Yep, I did. I said, you need to boss up.
I'm giving you a voice. So you tell them that while I go off cam.
Yeah, I said, this
my
is
nuts for a second.
I said, this is your shit. You need to boss up. You need to boss up. Look, what's wrong with you? Okay, you're a boss in your real life. You need to boss up. Come on now.
So listen, y'all. She was being submissive and requesting domination.
Makes sense.
But I always submit to somebody who I trust. How about that?
That's what they say too. Well, the smart women say that. The smart women say that, but the men on the opposite end say, no, you still got to submit because I got this certain criteria. And the women said, no, I still got to submit to the right one.
Yes.
The one I'm comfortable with.
Yes. Yeah, that is true.
We got to Andrea to admit some stuff in this piece. And guess what? We only got 2 more left. All right. We finishing. We ain't trying to do 8 hours. We finishing at 5, right? So
yes, because I'm the clock is ticking. I'm on a retreat tomorrow. I'm on a retreat. Okay. No,
she ain't on no retreat. Listen. There's some nigga named Dominique that's finna drop in. Dominique finna come through when the kids are asleep, and he's going to make Andrea curl her feet.
No, he's not. I'm on a retreat tomorrow. Okay, so
whatever. My story is more fun. How about that? All right. So one of the last bonus pieces were. I'll just play it for you and let you feel it out yourself. All right. Hold on. I hear you, lady. Glad I had the chance to see another live. Come on. I appreciate you. Keep coming through. We want to make sure that we curate the right type of content for you. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about gender. No, we're going to finish off the abortion conversation, and then we're going to talk about cheating.
Jesus.
Because Andre, you see, obviously from her reaction, Andre is a cheater. So
I know that's right.
Not a cheater.
Player from the Himalayas.
they keen your eyes, Andrea.
You
They
know
keen
me.
your
You know
eyes.
me. I don't get down like that.
Andrea,
okay?
do you play poker?
So flying eyes.
I am not a cheater.
Falsetto.
I'm a faithful girl.
Yeah.
I'm a faithful girl. Okay, I'm a faithful girl.
Do you play poker or spades, Andrea?
No, I don't.
Okay, good, because you don't got no poker face.
She got no poker face. None. She like, so what I'm supposed to do with these 4 aces? All right.
Hey, no, even worse. She have a good hand, her whole face just like.
That's why I don't take off.
Chef, what I'm supposed to do with this shit? So we're gonna play something over here and talk about it. Let me see which one we're gonna go with. We're gonna go with the cheating. We're gonna go with the cheating. Since Andrea been inspiring some of this conversation. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya, with some wigs will be turning. So yeah, we're gonna talk about cheating. Come with it, DJ S.A. aka Shahrazad Ali.
A lot of black men write and tell me that they have had 2 women for 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, and they can't even get the women to speak to each other. Sometimes they have 2 families.
Would I want
2 sets of
to?
children.
But Shahrazad, would I want to talk to a woman who's sharing, perhaps the bed and the money and the social life with who I would deem as my man?
If you want to deal in reality, and if you are not insecure, and if you don't think that that robs you of something, you would want to know them. If he loves her, you certainly should want to know her. And that's a frightening thought to most of us. And I don't like that. I'm in agreement with everybody else. Our men ought to just have 1 woman. But that is not the reality. I'm trying to get us to deal with some reality for a change. Stop dealing with fantasy. Stop dealing with television. Stop dealing with imagination of how we wish things were. Let's deal with them how they are, what it is. And if we deal with that.
All right. So let me just say this first, just for fluidity of the show. Andrea, what do you think about what our sister Shahrazad Ali said?
She's right. I agree with her.
Mm-hmm. And that was back in like the 90s. So for her to say,
I agree with her. See, the 22-year-old
mind blown.
Whatever. The 22-year-old.
Hold on, you lying, Andrea.
No, I do agree with her. I do agree with her.
No, you don't. That's some...
Yes, I do. I do agree with what she's saying. The 22-year-old was naive.
Get out of here with that bullshit.
That is not in the cards. One man ain't gonna be faithful to 1 woman. We're lying to ourselves, and we need to tell the truth and be honest. And be honest with the people you're with. If we have more honesty and say, "Look, baby, I don't do monogamy." Maybe you might give her the choice to see does she want to be with you.
That dude ain't gonna do it, Andrea, because
He ain't gonna do it.
That close to the box. He's that close to it.
So I'm saying is, as a woman, I am more in tune. As I'm older now too, in reality, that is not the case. Now, my 22-year-old self was naive and dumb. Oh, he ain't gonna never do that to me. Oh my God. Oh, that's that bullshit. As I got older, and men, I have good men friends, and they be honest and tell me, that's that bullshit. We ain't gonna be monogamous. And I appreciate the men friend who are older in my life and told me that.
GPP, what you think? I think
I have to poke the bear a little bit, Andrea. So if you saying that, men is not going to be, if a man is not going to be 100% faithful, that's what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said so. If you're agreeing to that, so if the guy's dating you, so you're saying you're still okay if he goes see other women, just as long as he tell you.
No, I didn't say. I said I am consciously knowing that.
All right, now rewind 5 seconds ago with the question I asked you. Said,
I'm saying I'm consciously knowing that, but that's not the kind of relationship I want.
okay.
But if that happens, is I can say I could compartmentalize that it could happen, and at the same time is it had happened to me, and the old me couldn't forgive or not even try to work it out. I was done.
Right. We're working on the new me now, and the new me said,
the older me said,
right, you can't use the limited card of the old you. We need to know the you right now. That's currently negatively impacting the sets of testicles that exist in this country right now, my friend.
Yeah, the new me agreed and said, "I'm okay."
The questions to myself: Can I forgive? Can I let go? Can I stop bringing up the past?
Okay, again, that's something that sounds like the old me talking, but we're talking about the new me. The new me said, and I quote, when I asked her, "Hey, do you understand this?" You said, "Yes." So with that being said, so that means again, if you understand that and you say you agree with it, not compartmentalize, but if a guy is with me now, it's going to be a chance he's going to be wanting and yearning sexually for another woman. So if you understand that, is it okay for him to do that long as he tell you? Because that's what I'm hearing from you.
It's not okay. It's not okay. I don't want.
But you understand that's what he.
That's because I understand. That is because I understand. Don't mean it make it right. Make it right. Okay. I know it's crazy. I know it sounds.
No. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
I understand what the monkey paw is cursed. But if I use the wish, I'm not gonna get exactly what I'm gonna get out of it, but I'm still gonna use that monkey paw regardless. So you got the guy, that's the monkey paw. His intentions could be good, but his actions is still not gonna line up with his intent. But if you're aware of that, why still grab that monkey paw? So either, and this is just me, hypothetically speak on this one. So again, if a woman understands that not all women think like that, but if a woman say, "Hey, I understand men generally gonna sleep with a bunch of women. I understand men's gonna be attracted to other women. So if I understand that and I'm okay with that, and if I have a guy with me and he start not saying purposely out his way, disrespecting, looking and eyeballing, but if he's out and about and a woman flirt with him or something happened, you're okay with it long as he reach out to you like, yo, babe, this is about to go down. But I'm letting you know. Or he sleep with somebody and still tell you. Because that's what I'm hearing from you.
No, I'm not good.
I'm okay with it as long as he tells me.
No.
As long as he don't lie about
it. No, I'm not okay with it.
Okay. So then you don't believe in it.
No,
It sounds like what it sounds like is this. You correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds as though you understand how it can happen.
Yes.
But you don't enjoy it happening.
Yes.
Perfect example. We understand the antelope is a majestic being in the Serengeti. We understand that the lion is a majestic being within the Serengeti. But then we do also understand that the lion eats the antelope within the Serengeti. We may not like to see one majestic being devour another. However, we understand the dynamic within that particular ecosystem, which gives us the ability that if we knew we were going to have to transition from this humanoid existence to an animal, with everything we know, we would choose the animal that we would desire to be by nature of understanding what happens to that animal. Would I want to be a rat? Yeah, I'd be able to eat and get into all different kind of places, but I know something as simple as a punk-ass owl could come and kill me and eat me up. You know, if I was a certain kind of beast, even a lion, I know that all it would take was 3 or 4 hyenas who have a stronger bite, a stronger pound for pound bite than the lions do, It would just take 3 or 4 for them to end me. So we have to understand that we may see certain things that give us a certain connection, but we also understand that nature does what nature does.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
So we're going to finish with this final clip. And I said it was going to be trigger alert.
Jesus.
Who better to give you a trigger alert than our snarky little friend with the yarmulke known as Ben Shapiro? Bring it.
But what about in rape and incest situations?
Oh, but the question of rape and incest, first of all, important to note, rape and incest are not only a vast minority of abortion cases, they're an extraordinarily low percentage of abortion cases. So if we can first stipulate that all the other abortions are bad, then we can talk about that other one. Can we do that? Are all the other abortions bad, or are those ones okay? And you're just using this as an excuse to make the other ones okay.
They're all okay.
Ah, good. Someone who's honest. I have one question for you and one question only on abortion. Does the vagina, the vaginal canal, magically confer personhood? Yeah, raised hands are okay. You, sir.
No, the first breath does.
The first breath confers personhood. Okay, so if the baby is in the womb and is exactly the same size and has not yet breathed, and you take a knife and you stab the baby in the head, a fully formed 9-month-old baby, it is not a human. The only thing that makes it a human is when it takes a breath. It has to independently breathe.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to stick to it, yeah.
I'm going to stick to it. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot there.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, because I was on a one platform and a guy was trying to, I guess, like just pick my brain of where I stand with that, because I know with Roe v. Wade was a whole big thing, and then the overturn of it. And he asked me, like, am I on the side? Because I guess most women say, like, my body, my choice. Like I say, I feel like it breaks down to coming back to what he's saying. Yes, I will have to concede to the notion of, yes, your body, your choice, but also to be fair, if we're having a conversation, this is what an option a guy threw at me. He said, okay, so if you get her knocked up and you want to keep the baby and she doesn't want to keep the baby, how does that work out? And I'm like, okay, well then it's still got to be a conversation. But even the beginning of it, you got to try to figure out what type of person you're dealing with before that even happens. Like, I'm having sex with somebody, I got to have protection, especially if I don't know you in the last 3 days. I'm definitely using protection. Even after 6 months or so, I'm definitely using protection. We get married and our goal is to have kids, then then we're going to be free willy all day. Then there's the other option of the snip, you know what I'm saying? But dealing with her, I do agree. I think that the way she came at him and what she said, I think she was trying to get one point across to make everything all right. And with him, he was like, okay, well, let's break down each one, because like I say, it's a lot. So you just can't say yes to some and not all. So it's like, it was a lot. So that's where I leave it from there. I mean, we could dissect each one and I'm fine with that. But my grounds is just, for me personally, I haven't been in a lot of situations, these scenarios that I'm hearing with, especially with Roe v. Wade, in a situation like, hey, either you're great in all the situations. So it never happened to me per se with many close family and friends. See about it in the news. I see on documentaries. I see, the medical stuff we see on TV. You just have to address each thing as it comes. You know what I'm saying? Some people might say, "Oh, you got grape. Instantly go ahead and get that." I had a person on my stream to say, "Hey, I was a product of grape, but here I am." So I would not say, let's go for the deletion factor of pregnant women. Let's just say, hey, let's find some other options. So there you go. Somebody muted. I think it's Chef.
You're on mute, Chef.
Make your bed, you lay.
Damn it, I'm
exactly,
talking shit.
lady.
I was like, Andrea, you finna say something? And I said to us, not the person in the living room. Look, I'm talking shit and I ain't even mic'd up. Go ahead. Were you gonna say something? Because I have something to play.
No, I was gonna chime in on the last part. I agree with that, but again, it's like, and I know because pretty much it's the Chad, and we have, again, it's like we can sit here and dissect, but just the general basis of it, and this is me just responding, nothing extra. She says, "Make your bed, you lay in it." But then there'll be another person. Again, we're living. It's so many different type of people and situations. So it might be another person. Hey, well, 100% right, but guess what? There's somebody that was attacked or victimized, and now they're pregnant. So now what do you do? And then another large group of people will be like, well, my stance is just get rid of it because, so it's like, it's so many things. Heck, even in the norm of relationship. And then guess what? Even accidents happen.
Mm-hmm.
And like, okay, well, the condom broke, or her birth control wasn't strong enough, and the guy, but yeah, I got the super sperm and all this dumb stuff. But yet the reality is she's pregnant, is yours. So now what we're going to do? But if we both saying, if she's saying, hey, I never want to have kids, I'm saying I never want kids, but then sometimes the woman like, you know what? I have a different heart. I want to have a kid. And the guy like, logically like, are you stupid? You broke, I'm broke. How this going to work? Now I'm going to resent you and we're going to hate each other. Then 18 years ago, we're not even good co-parents. So it's a lot.
All right. Final clip. This one is a long one. And we're going to play the honor system. Because this clip is a few minutes long. But it was one that I had created. I already posted it up on the page. But I think this one plays into a part of the trigger alert conversation. So honor system says, if you get up and go take 5 minutes to roll you a blunt, or you go to the bathroom and take a 6-minute shit or whatever, I just ask on the honor system that you just hit that button, scrub back so that you can not miss what we talking about. And before I hit play, I'll think Juan Bryant said, oops is not a good excuse. Lady Navoa said, talking about the irresponsible with consent, not the abuse ones you get a choice, no cap. I wouldn't want to carry a killer's baby, sorry, or a predator, etc., unless he changed like that was after we was together and baby.
Yeah, that's fair. That's where my only stance on with any of this is case by case, is how you feel about it, because you internally have to go with that. I don't. So I'm good with that. I'm good with it.
All right. So let's play this thing. We already played Ben Shapiro, right? Okay. So we're about to play this piece right here. Bear with me. Everybody's muted. It's a YouTube clip, so we got to mute you so we don't get that nasty echo. All right.
Buddy, the ladies come and go, but the boys are forever. Quit simping around.
A man who abandons his child is a deadbeat dad, correct?
Not really. There are like, do you want me to elaborate? There are like many conditions that allow for that to be possible and morally permissible.
Jim White here. Heard you been simping, son. I'm disappointed. It's time to hang out with the fellas.
In most cases, it's to do with ties in a lot with poverty. But I don't know if the label of deadbeat dad is like all encompassing. I think selective cases maybe.
Sorry, I meant society calls them a deadbeat dad, correct?
100%. I think that's something that's pretty well known.
So if a mother abandons her child, why do we call it the right to choose?
Well, I don't really see that as abandonment. What? Because obviously when we're talking about the idea of a deadbeat dad, we're talking about a child that's you know, been born, raised by a single mother in that instance. A woman abandoning her child, that's not referred to as the right to choose. They're different things. If a woman left their child after their child was born, then if they're not being called out, then you can make that argument.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
What about adoption?
What about adoption?
Well, that's also the right to choose, right? So I'm saying, like, even if a woman gives up her child, we don't call her a deadbeat mom, even after it's born.
Oh, see, sure. Okay, yeah.
So I'm asking, why do you think that is?
Why do I think that is? Possibly because I think that there needs to be more leniency.
Okay.
More leniency.
More leniency. More leniency. More leniency.
Okay.
On the side of women in that regard.
Oh, really?
Because I think that women who have to give their children up for adoption, it is very different circumstances in the majority of cases from a man, leaving the family home or divorcing or separating.
Well, so I'm not. Why is it different? Because I mean, it doesn't mean they were together if you get pregnant, right? It just means they were sleeping together. So how is it different if a man doesn't want to be a father than if a woman doesn't want to be a mother? Because to me, it's like it's the same thing.
Challenge! It's Dr. McWilliams here. Hate to tell you, the test results are back, and you're highly positive for being a simp.
I'll follow that line of reasoning then. So let's say it is the same thing. What does that insinuate for you?
Come on. Hurts I even have to do this, but dude, simping doesn't just hurt you. It hurts us as well.
What does insinuate? What do you mean?
So you're saying that you think it is the same thing? Yeah. You think that they are equivalencies? So what does that insinuate for you? What does that lead on to? Do you see that as a big problem that they're viewed the same, or do you see that as the right thing? Do you see that as not very common that they're viewed the same?
Well, there's no real easy way to say this, but look, you're a simp.
Well, I think women are given passes for doing the same thing that men do.
There's a reason why women are given passes in areas where men don't.
Why?
Because of a pre-existing privilege that men have in the majority of cases in life, in society.
I guess he's been simping all summer. Disappointed.
How do men have a privilege?
How do men have privilege?
Yeah, when they're the majority of suicides, when they do the majority of hard jobs, they have to fight in wars.
So okay. I think that if what you're asking and what we're gonna have to talk about is where men have privileges, then we're not going to be able to have this argument with this debate. We're not going to be able to talk about this because we're just simply not on the same level of understanding about society as a whole. If you're unable to understand that men have privilege in the majority of cases and that there is an underlying privilege that all men have by nature of a patriarchy.
Well, I'm asking, like, what stats do you have to back that up, right? So I would say like men also make up the majority of homeless. Okay. So how can you say that women have an easier life?
Challenge!
Whoa.
Okay. So I just want to know what privilege are you talking about?
Okay, I'll talk about what I mean by privilege. I'm talking about an underlying societal condition that allows for men to be paid more.
Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Okay. Allows for men to we talk about heinous crimes. Okay. And that's something that because of the condition of men, you see, I believe that it's because of our economic state. Okay.
Men are more likely to be victims of a violent crime than women.
Hey, but not a sexual violent crime.
Well, I think it goes underreported, to be honest.
Both go underreported, don't they? Because women also don't report at the same level that is the potential of the amount of women who've been abused. That goes underreported as well, doesn't it?
I don't know. I
think I actually might have a stat for that, which is the.
Okay, so the stat that's often referred to is that 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 women are victims of sexual assault. So they actually would include if a woman is drunk and has sex. in that stat. So no, so I'm saying so that they throw that stat around a lot, and it's not actually accurate.
Nice try.
I've got my friends here from Sweden. I'm gonna put an end to this because and the reason I'm gonna say that, okay, is that as I've said, if you're unable to understand the means at which men are privileged in society over women.
You're telling me I'm oppressed?
Sorry?
You're telling me I'm oppressed?
Sorry? What do you?
You're explaining my oppression to me?
Do you feel oppressed?
It's time to stop simping and reunite with your boys again.
No.
Okay, well then it's not an issue for you, is it? But there are many women who do.
There's a lot of women that don't.
Are we talking globally here?
Or are we talking? What do you mean by that?
Well, I know that.
I'm talking about the Western world. We're in England, U.S.
Okay, why don't we take it global? Why not talk globally?
Because we're in the UK and I'm from the US.
Okay, so in the US, do you feel that you have the same allowances of privilege than men?
I think I have more privilege than most men.
Man, these were the times. Miss him, man. Stop sipping. Come back to the boys.
Yeah, performed by our wonderful simp friend and Pearl, aka Just Pearly Things.
My Lex Luthor.
Say it again.
My Lex Luthor.
Who, Pearl?
Yeah, I've been watching her since like 1K. I'm not a fan. The transition, I'm not a fan of hers.
You know, it was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely going to contact you from when we actually do a show, but there's some things I have in the works in the background. We're going to leave it at that.
Okay.
But that statement there, I want to dig into it, but I would prefer that we dig into it at the right time, and I'm going to leave it there because I like clear standpoints, thought processes that are not that are unencumbered by me telling you why and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that energy. Keep that energy. But look, at this point, we're 5 hours, 14 minutes, and 24 seconds into this illustrious stream. It was a beautiful opportunity to come back and make sure you guys understand that we don't just do it, but one of our goals is to do it differently. And tonight was an opportunity to touch you, to trigger you. But just understand, triggering was not a trolling thing. The triggering was literally an expedition for us to archaeologically dig in order to find a particular pressure point, pain point, or emotional point that we can discuss in order for you to give how you truly feel. So if I ever try to trigger you, just understand that's just me wanting to get to, you know, the quote unquote heart of who you are and understand what you rock with and don't rock with. So I think tonight was a beautiful exercise. We got to hear different standpoints, different understandings, and each of us have differences within ourselves that are based within our individual natures and nurture. So I think it was a beautiful experience for us to be able to share that and challenge and trigger each and every one of our sensitivities. So we normally don't have GPP up here. Cammed up, by the way. Cammed up. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if I'm comfortable with him camming up because it can't be two fly light-skinned niggas on this shit. So, you know, we're going to have to work something into the contract. I'm just saying, you know, word. But, you know, I'm going to let you go first because you definitely came through and held your ground, big dog. Real talk. Talk to me.
Yeah, man. Great conversation. A lot to think about with each clip. So, you know, always, like I said, I'm getting support that's needed. Definitely appreciate, you know, Andrea coming in on my end. Give some good perspective on an earlier topic I had before. And I'll leave it like that, man. Everybody definitely subscribe, hit the like, share, subscribe button, all that good stuff. Definitely hit the bell. Hey, she like, come on, nosy.
Right. Oh,
Who's that?
That's who's that? Who are you, sir?
I read your lips. I'm reading your lips. I'm not
I see that big head girl.
I
That
swear
big
you
head
said
girl
shit.
over
Who
there.
This is my daughter.
Now she
This
just
is my
rolled her
sister.
eyes. Okay.
I am not the sister. I'm the mama. This is my sister.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Big head girl.
All right. But yeah, definitely I appreciate everybody. So thank you.
Yo, thank you. Thank you for coming through. And if you guys don't know, you know, in
over
there's
there,
Wakanda, there's different kingdoms. You know, there's a queen of a particular kingdom. That kingdom is called Papation Kanda. And the queen of that kingdom is a wonderful sister named Robbie Privileged. And my two brothers, between this one and the other one, they are what I call the men at arms, the Great Pill Podcast, and We Are Lock Nation. Those are the two generals that protect the side of the queen, Robbie Privilege. So when you see them roll, they roll. But these are some real dudes, some good guys, you know. And I sincerely appreciate, you know, I don't drop change anywhere, you know. And I appreciate Great Pill Podcast recognizing that. And I dropped them a specific amount. 777. G is the seventh letter made. That's a God number. So understand that. All right. And I just happened to see something that he did and it moved me. So I put my bread to it. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, he got that. He got great content.
Yes, dope, definitely dope content.
You know, and what I saw moved me to throw a little lunch money at the fan. You feel me? So it is what it is. Great Pill Podcast. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And like I say to the other folks that get their first time up here cammed up, this is your crib, family.
Yes.
If I'm not here, the key is under the rock on the left side of the door next to the bush. You heard?
I appreciate that.
Salute, my G. I'm bringing you down. Thank you. You have anything else to say, or are you good?
Oh no, I'm good, man.
Well, you have to do it again on your panel. I enjoyed the night on your panel. Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to work out something for this Saturday for talk about child support, because I know in those spaces about weeks ago they was arguing about child support and removing the corrupted child support out. So nobody didn't have the answer for that, but everybody was talking about get rid of it. So I feel like I was going to do that. Been working since last week up to now. So hopefully this Saturday we'll definitely have the child support topic for Saturday, so we can actually give some solutions for removing the corrupted system, child support, out of it, and what we're going to replace it with. Me, I say a condom, some decontrol, vet properly, and if it happens, still take your responsibility because it's yours. But we're gonna have a real good conversation about it. Tomorrow's the men's panel, so we're gonna do reactions about 50 Cent and his son.
Oh yeah,
Andrea, tell him.
Oh my God, we just talked about that on my channel. It got 1K views. Okay, that was really good.
So I brought them. What it was is they had mentioned the whole situation with 50. I was at work and it was during the early part of the day, and I was like, wait up, they don't have no facts. But the thing is, I had seen the whole video from beginning to end with Marquise and Choke No Joke. You know, actually no joke. And I told Andrea, I was like, yo, I need you to watch this. I know you're busy. I need you to watch this thing. The whole 2-hour and change video. That video brings a lot of clarity to the situation. It would take, you know, if you listen to the stuff that 50's son was saying, but then you understand what he was saying here compared to what he was saying previously, you start to recognize something. I'm not going to lean you into that area.
But you should watch that video. You should watch that video.
I told Andrea, don't call me until you finish watching it.
See, that's a good. So we'll talk back chat, but that's.
Did you see it? I just want to make sure.
No,
you
I
saw
haven't.
it.
I just saw the
Oh.
one people reaction that the
It's in
Instagram
there.
one.
Send it to him.
That's the one I saw, the Instagram one. So we'll chop it up in the back.
Okay.
But I don't know if you have the free time though, but you're more than welcome, bro. It's men's panels tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central, so you're more than welcome. I just dropped your link just cause, and you're more than welcome to come on through.
I appreciate
That's a real
it.
perspective I would love to hear.
Without question. Thank you. So, ladies, if you into the, you ain't into the Eat Black style dudes and you into us, you see the Great Pill podcast. He ain't really gray. He's caramel. All right. But gray is just to throw y'all off. You know what I mean? So you see him there. All right. He doing it up and he don't need Beijing. All right. So my dude, I appreciate you. Salute. And like I said, you always welcome here. All right. Peace, love, and light to my G. Peace. All right. So talk to me.
This was a good show. It was a good show. I guess why I haven't been down here in a minute. Okay. It was good. I think it was good. It was
all right. You was on some that bullshit.
I was giving you my honest opinion, okay? I was giving you who I am. I'm a little too honest. I was giving you my honest opinion. Why can't
But nah, you good. Hey, hold on. You trying to? You see, I can't hold you accountable for the bullshit when you got a little man up there. Look at that man. Look at that man.
He's 2 months old now. He's 2 months old.
Yeah, officially the 14th. That's right, August 14th.
The 13th.
Hey.
Yep. So he's 2 months old.
Look at that, yo.
Yeah.
Intentional young man. We finna been intentional young man. So I got to make sure that, you know what I mean, I find the right old lady and the right young man the right old man for you and the right young man to guide you and your daughter to submit to.
Is he talking shit? Is he talking shit over there?
That's right, I'm talking shit. The name of the show is Trigger Alert, my ninja.
It's called Trigger Alert.
I wish you was here earlier. I'm trying to trigger your ass.
You can't trigger me now, Chef.
There you go. Yeah, I love you, man. But yo,
yes,
pull you
Look
off.
at how he's looking at the camera.
No, he camera ready.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. He like, what he's saying is I feel you, Chef. Don't worry. We just keep giving the guidance in my house, Chef, and I'm gonna be okay. Look at that. Look at it. Listen, let me help you out. Look at that. He sees I see you. I see you. Yes. Salute. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Yeah.
You see, my virtual kisses is much better than your grandmama's dry lip kisses. Well, yo,
yeah,
real talk.
Yeah,
Fun is fun.
Yeah.
I know I gotta get you. She gonna get you, Shay. You met your match. It's been fun. And like I said, I never left y'all. I know there was people that were wondering where the hell I was at.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I didn't take you off of this solo. There was a lot of folks that were wondering where I was at. You know, I've been here, I've been paying attention, but I can't just copy what I see other people doing. I can't just jump on to this trend or that trend. I have to feel it. There's a lot of stuff Andre will send me that I'll be like, what's the nuance? So please understand, I'm a dude that would go get Jimmy John's, go get Chipotle and this and that for myself. But when it comes time when I know there's people that need to get fed,
yes,
I will get up and be chef and masterfully put together a wonderful palette of flavors and all of that. But for me, I'm all right. I do it for y'all.
Yes.
And I literally, even when I was in the hospital, you know, I was on the phone with Andrea and Vicky. When I was in the hospital, I was like, yo, I've been here almost a week and I'm not going on until I feel it.
Yep.
I got to feel it.
Yep.
I want you to not think of me as some dude just trying to make money off of YouTube. For the record, I realized a few days ago, at my age, I'm 50 years old. I've been in my company 15 years. In 5 years, I qualified for what's called the Rule of 75, where I can retire. And shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, God. Oh.
Veronica. Anyway, back to my statement. You know, I recognize different things that's out there, and I recognize that I have to move a certain way.
Yeah.
So the only thing that I could say is this. I'm not just coming out here to be on some bullshit, on that bullshit.
Yep.
I'm coming out here to share some ideas, to progress some knowledge. My mama watched this. My godmother watched this. My aunties watched this. My kids watch this. So I can be edgy, but I gotta be real. And I gotta be conscientious. So thank you. I'm gonna drop you down, Andrea. I thank each and every one of you guys for holding your boy down. I can't do it by myself. If I could, it would just be me and myself on the stream. So thank you. Peace, love, and light. This wonderful Chipotle that my fiance went and picked up about 2 hours into our stream is sitting here waiting for me to ravage it. So I bid you adieu, and please allow my Chipotle to allow this freaky ninja to devour her. But guess what? We don't just send you out the room. We don't just send you out the club on your feet. We send you out floating on a magic carpet with a big ass V in the middle of it. The only thing I need is for someone to put into the chat what that V stands for. And then you'll be able to leave. Let's go. And I'll shut up. How do we send you out of this place? What's that magic carpet with a big ass V? Oh, Gabrielle knows what it is. It's called vibing. You come in that way, you leave that way. Peace, love, and light. Chef out. Let's vibe.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's that offense. Hit me, change you, let me peachin'. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop ins. Today on buy and I sell. Today on buy you the kid play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Cause I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what nigga. Make sure she focus, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga.
Vibing all night long. Yeah, we back, but we ain't never leave. We were just floating above the clouds. We ain't fit.